Chapter 1. 21st Century. Donghai City's high-class private hospital director's office. Bang! A thick stack of medical records was slammed onto the table. Director Lin's face was ashen, unable to restrain his anger. Han Yunqi, Mr. Li, is one of the directors of Lingyun Group. He owns 40% of our hospital's shares. You must give him priority in detoxifying his poison. Faced with the director's towering rage, Han Yunqi put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, very calm. Director Lin, I'm very sorry. Mr. Li has been afflicted with a slow-acting snake venom. Unless it's an emergency, I don't allow you to cut in line. She was pure and beautiful, with a pair of large eyes and a pair of dimples. At a young age, she was already famous in the Chinese medicine world for her shocking talent in acupuncture. She was a rare expert in detoxification. Whether it was dealing with animal, plant, chemical, or human toxins, they were all her strong points. You're here? Get your facts straight. This is Lingyun. The director was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. Director, I'll say it again. Mr. Li isn't suffering from an emergency. No matter who he is, in front of a doctor, everyone. Before Han Yunqi could finish, the director cut her off harshly. Enough. Don't tell me that everyone is equal in front of a doctor and that there's only a difference between men and women. Han Yunqi, I'm telling you, arrange for detoxification immediately. Otherwise, from today onwards, get out of the medical world. Warning her? He thought Han Yunqi would be afraid, but she was still calm and composed, her attitude serious. Director Lin, in front of me, there's no difference between men and women. There are only two kinds of people, those I want to save and those I don't. I won't save Mr. Li. Please find someone better qualified. After she finished speaking, she smiled politely and turned to leave. Her seemingly thin and weak body was graceful and calm. Amidst her tranquil beauty, there was a pride that couldn't be ignored. However, when Han Yunqi opened the door, Director Lin flew into a rage. Han Yunqi, how dare you speak to me like that? Stop right there. So speaking, he casually threw the medical records on the table at the back of her head. Han Yunqi was startled. She only felt a warm and moist feeling slowly flow down the back of her head. She turned her head in astonishment, but before she could even look at Director Lin, her entire body collapsed. 3,000 years ago, in the country of Tianning. Han Yunqi woke up in a daze in the bridal sedan chair. She heard the festive atmosphere around her. The sounds of flutes, gongs, and drums rose and fell one after another. However, everything before her eyes was dark. What's going on? Han Yunqi pulled down the thing, covering her head, and took a look. She gasped. Wasn't this a bridal veil? She subconsciously raised her head and lowered it again, only to realize that she was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red gown, just like a bride who was about to get married. She was drunk. The sedan chair rocked and rocked, giving Han Yunqi a headache. At the same time, unfamiliar memories began to flood her mind. Without a doubt, she had transmigrated and was about to get married as soon as she transmigrated. The original owner was the legitimate daughter of Tianning Country's Han family, also known as Han Yunqi, because her birth mother's medical skills were so good that she saved the empress of the time, the current Empress Dowager. She was betrothed to the 7th imperial prince of the time, the current Duke of Qin, Long Feiyi. At the time, it was a much-told story, and the Han family status soared. But no one knew that Han Yunqi had cursed her mother to death as soon as she was born. She even grew up to be an ugly, useless woman who didn't understand medicine. Because of this, the wedding was delayed again and again, becoming a taboo for the Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, the Duke of Qin had angered the emperor a few days ago. The emperor issued a decree that the wedding should be held before the end of the month. Today was the day of the wedding. The Duke of Qin, Long Feiyi, had been bestowed the title of Duke of Qin at a young age. He was the only surviving imperial prince from the struggle for the throne. He was only in his early 20s, but in terms of seniority, he was the only imperial uncle. He could be said to be the most powerful person in Tianing country. The Duke of Qin's estate was in the south of the city, while the Han family was in the north. The bridal sedan chair had to pass through the city from north to south. Even though the Duke of Qin himself hadn't shown his face, tens of thousands of people had turned out to attend the wedding, causing a sensation throughout the city. Just as Han Yunqi was sorting out these memories, the joy came to an abrupt end. She heard the wedding nanny cry out, "Bad, bad, bad news!" Chapter 2. As a wedding nanny, she actually yelled bad on the street on such a big day? She obviously did it on purpose. Han Yunqi was about to lift the curtain to see what was going on, but she changed her mind. As a bride, she disregarded etiquette and showed her face on the street. Wouldn't she be drowned in the spit of the ancients? She could only give up and listen quietly. From the noise outside, it was obvious that there were many onlookers. Oh, wrong. We went the wrong way. We should have turned right at the intersection. We turned left. The wedding nanny's tone was almost crying. I thought you were making a fuss about something. This road also leads to Prince Qin's mansion. That's right, that's right. Nanny Wang, are you muddle-headed? Why are you saying such unlucky things on such a big day? Didn't you also point to turn left? The sedan bearers spoke one after another, but Nanny Wang kept stomping the ground. I'm muddle-headed. This is bad. It'll take at least 2 hours to walk from here. The bride will miss the auspicious hour. As soon as she said this, the crowd fell silent. Auspicious hour was something that many people paid attention to in modern times, let alone in ancient times. After a while, a sedan bearer timidly asked, Then turn right? What are you talking about? The wedding nanny fiercely stomped her feet. The thick rouge on her face cracked because of her anger. The bride can't turn back and she can't walk back. Are you cursing the bride to be divorced? These words made the sedan bearer speechless. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes in the sedan. This matchmaker obviously wanted her to be late on purpose. The Prince Qin's mansion didn't send a welcoming party, and the groom didn't come either. They only sent a wedding nanny. She hadn't even married into the family, but she already gave her a show of strength. If she missed the auspicious hour, wouldn't the Prince Qin's mansion shift the blame to her in the future? Han Yunqi wished she could get out of the sedan and say she didn't want to marry. She wanted to get rid of the groom on the street. However, she was very clear about her situation. There were jackals and wolves in her maternal family, and her in-laws were tigers and leopards. She inherited the identity of a good-for-nothing, ugly girl in the Han family. She couldn't act recklessly. She could only take one step at a time. In any case, it was the Empress Dowager who bestowed the marriage and the Emperor who ordered it. She wanted to see what the Duke of Qin's manor would do to her. Matchmaker and the sedan bearers discussed for a long time, but in the end, they could only continue on their journey. The 4 sedan bearers ran as if their lives depended on it, causing Han Yunqi to be thrown off balance. However, in the end, he still missed the auspicious hour and was late by an hour. The Duke of Qin's manor's 3 zhang tall, imposing doors were tightly shut. Even the side doors were all shut. The entrance was crowded with the commoners of the capital, who had long since begun to point and gossip. I heard that Han Yunqi is very ugly. No wonder the Duke of Qin was not even willing to show his face. Even the most beautiful woman in the world, wants to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion. What is Han Yunqi worth? The way I see it, even if you go in, you'll only be left with an empty room. You don't say. He's a big shot. He came an hour late. My legs are sore from waiting. If the Han Yunqi of the past heard these words, wouldn't she cry herself to death? Unfortunately, the Han Yunqi of the present was no longer the cowardly, self-abased, and pitiful wretch from the past. She was indifferent to the pain and itch. While rubbing the lump on her cheek, she looked out through the gap in the curtains. She saw that the Duke of Qin's manor's main door was empty, without any festive decorations. If it weren't for the bridal sedan, no one would know that this family was getting married today. cold and empty place was undoubtedly telling Han Yunqi that she was not welcome. Even if she delivered herself to the Duke of Qin's manor, he wouldn't want her. Nanny Wang was knocking on the door. She didn't dare to use too much force, just gently knocking. After a while, the main door remained silent, but the side door opened. An old gatekeeper stood inside the door with no intention of coming out. Nanny Wang hurriedly ran over. She was very professional. She laughed joyfully. "The bride is here! The bride is here!" Unexpectedly, the old servant glanced at the bridal sedan and disdainfully said, "The consort dowager ordered that we miss the auspicious hour. Come back tomorrow." After saying that, he closed the door with a bang. Chapter 3. The surroundings were silent at first, and then burst into laughter. This would probably be written down in Tianing country's history books. To have the bride come back tomorrow was an unprecedented event in the past and in the future. The surrounding onlookers were all cramping with laughter. Even many in the bridal procession couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the first time anyone had encountered such a situation. Inside the bridal sedan chair, the calm and composed Han Yunqi finally narrowed her eyes. The Duke of Qin's estate had gone too far. Nanny Wang walked back dejectedly, sighing. Too unlucky. I've been a wedding nanny for so many years, but I've never seen anything like this. Go back, hurry back." But just as the sedan bearers were about to lift the sedan chair again, Han Yunqi harshly shouted, "Wait! Who spoke?" Everyone stopped and looked around, but couldn't find the speaker. "Nanny Wang, I'll have to trouble you to ask what time they'll come back tomorrow." Han Yunqi spoke again, her voice calm but filled with a dignified dignity. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard her clearly. For a moment, everyone looked at the bridal sedan chair in disbelief. Was this really Han Yunqi speaking? Shouldn't she be secretly crying under these circumstances? She actually dared to speak, and so loudly at that? "Nanny Wang, what are you spacing out for? Do you want this young miss to hold you responsible for leading me to the wrong place?" Han Yunqi suddenly said harshly. Nanny Wang didn't expect this and jumped in fright. It was the old imperial concubine who told her to lead them to the wrong place. So the Duke of Qin's estate naturally wouldn't hold her accountable. But if the Han family really did, she'd have to bear the consequences. At that time, the old imperial concubine wouldn't protect her. How did this Han Yunqi suddenly become so fierce? Nanny Wang couldn't think too much and hastily replied, "Yes, yes. Eldest young miss, please wait a moment." Thump, thump, thump. This time, the knocking on the door wasn't gentle. It was the old door servant who opened the side door. "What are you doing? Didn't you understand that she told you to come back tomorrow?" The bride asked what time tomorrow would be. "I'll have to trouble you to inform the old imperial concubine," Nanny Wang begged nicely. The old door slave was surprised. This bride was a bit interesting. "Just wait. In a pavilion in the back garden of the Duke of Qin's estate, Grand Concubine, he was currently playing mahjong with a few of the titled madams. She didn't take the matter of her daughter-in-law to heart at all. After the emperor took over the reins of power, the imperial concubines left behind by the late emperor either died or guarded the mausoleum. Only Grand Concubine relied on her son's status, so no one dared to touch her. Even the Empress Dowager had to yield to her. 3 years ago, she'd grown bored of living in the palace, so she moved to the Duke of Qin's estate to live with her son. The maidservant bent over and whispered into her ear, "Mistress, the bride is asking when she will arrive tomorrow." Grand Concubine Yi's hand froze as she turned to look. "Who did you say asked?" "The new bride," the maid answered in a low voice. "You've got guts." Grand Concubine Yi was puzzled, but she was too busy playing mahjong to take it to heart. She simply said, "It's still the same time." So what if she asked about the time? If she came tomorrow, she would still be late. Gee, sure. Nanny Wang brought the words to the bridal sedan, but Han Yunqi only gave her 3 cold words. "Wait here. Many people around them sensed that something was wrong with Miss Han, but Nanny Wong still didn't know what to do. "What?" she cried out. "The bride can't be like this. We can't block their gates, can we? We'll be laughed at." "No way, no way, there's no reason. Who comes to their gates to wait to be married? You were the one who said you wouldn't turn back." "What? Are you cursing me to be divorced and sent back to my maternal family?" Han Yunchi asked coldly. Wasn't that what Nanny Wong had just said? Nanny Wong was at a loss for words. "If you can't wait, you can leave. Don't look for me if you don't get your wages back at the Han estate," Han Yunchi reminded her kindly. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling more and more that the bride was formidable. No one dared to leave, but sat down to wait with her. Seeing this, Nanny Wong couldn't do anything by herself, so she sat down by the sedan. She couldn't help but want to lift the curtains to see the bride's appearance. Was she really as ugly, timid, and self-abased as the rumors said? It couldn't be someone else, right? After a moment's hesitation, Nanny Wong timidly reached out her hand. Chapter 4. As soon as Nanny Wong lifted a corner of the curtain, Han Yunchi stepped on her hand and asked darkly, "The auspicious hour hasn't arrived yet. Are you asking me to get off the sedan chair?" No. I wasn't careful, I wasn't careful," Nanny Wong explained, enduring the pain without crying out. Only then did Han Yunchi release her, elegantly withdrawing her foot and leaning lazily against the sedan chair. The Han family usually abused her in all sorts of ways, but they didn't treat her unfairly at this wedding. The sedan chair was spacious and comfortable enough for her to sleep in. She wasn't stupid enough to actually go back and come back tomorrow. If she did, who knew what else would happen to delay the auspicious hour tomorrow? The Duke of Qin's estate couldn't refuse the imperial edict, but they could make all sorts of excuses to delay the wedding. In the end, she'd be the one to suffer losses. Although Han Yunchi didn't want to marry, she knew she had to enter the Duke of Qin's gates. Otherwise, if the palace blamed her, she'd be pushed out as a scapegoat. The Duke of Qin's marriage and official consort had already caused a stir in the city. If she waited outside the gates, news would definitely spread to the palace. As long as the palace paid attention, the Duke of Qin's estate would open the gates for her at the auspicious hour tomorrow, no matter how unwilling they were. Thinking up to here, Han Yunchi shifted to a more comfortable position and slept peacefully. By now, the pampered grand concubine had lost her usual leisure. She personally rushed to the side gates of the Duke of Qin's estate and peeked through the cracks to see the celebratory red outside. Her well-maintained face turned gloomy. "Mufei, this woman Han Yunchi's, so strange. Outside they say she's timid, but why is she so bold today?" Just then, the palace sent someone to ask what happened, Morong Wanru said with a worried expression. She was Grand Concubine Yi's adopted daughter, gentle and virtuous, resigned to adversity. She'd served Grand Concubine Yi since she was young and was even more intimate than her own daughter. Her Mufei was enough to show her status in the Duke of Qin's estate. "This ugly freak, she's fighting with me at our doorstep?" Grand Concubine Yi narrowed her eyes sinisterly, her finger lightly drawing a line across her neck to signal Morong Wanru to get rid of her. Morong Wanru's face filled with panic. "Mufei, it's inauspicious for someone to die in front of our house. What if His Majesty blames Gidge?" The Duke of Qin's residence was surrounded by guards, so it was inexcusable for someone to die at the entrance. Moreover, the entire capital was paying attention to this matter. Grand Concubine Yi wasn't stupid. She calmed down and understood the logic. "Fine, so that's why she's staying here. TSK. Why is this ugly freak so scheming? Mufei, what do we do now? When the auspicious hour arrives tomorrow, should we open the door or not?" Morong Wanru asked helplessly. If she wants to enter this door so badly, then let her in. This consort wants to see how long she can stay. Grand Concubine Yi couldn't afford to provoke her. In the heavily guarded Duke of Qin's estate, no matter how big the news was, it wouldn't spread outside. Morong Wanru nodded helplessly, but a smug look flashed through her eyes. She had long hoped for Han Yunqi to enter the gates. Grand concubine Yi wanted to betroth her to the Duke of Qin, but she was born lowly and couldn't become official consort. She could only settle for being a concubine, afraid that the position of official consort would be taken away by someone powerful. A disfigured woman like Han Yunqi was only a tool used by the emperor to humiliate the Duke of Qin. She'd only make the Duke of Qin and Mufei loathe her and never have a chance to turn things around. As for the official consort personally appointed by the Empress Dowager, even if she died, the position would still be empty. This was the best way to go. Murong Wanru was in a good mood as she took Grand Concubine Yi's hand and carefully walked with her. The Empress Dowager is going to bestow you to Fei. My lifelong wish has been fulfilled. Grand Concubine Yi softly patted Murong Wanru's hand with regret. Mu Fei, Wanru only wants to serve you for the rest of my life. Murong Wanru hastened to express herself. You can serve me for the rest of your life if you're my daughter-in-law. If you're free, go to the Duke of Qin, study more often, understand? Grand Concubine Yi smiled. Murong Wanru's face turned red as she lowered her head. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her, making Grand Concubine Yi like her even more. Muhu, the Duke of Qin should be back tonight. Otherwise, who's going to kick the sedan door tomorrow? Murong Wanru asked next. That's good. She can keep waiting in the sedan chair. Grand Concubine Yi's tone was as casual as if she was talking about the weather. Chapter 5. It was already dark, but Han Yunqi was still sleeping. God knew how tired she was. However, in the depth of her consciousness, she heard a familiar sound. Beep, beep, beep. Han Yunqi instinctively opened her eyes. Wasn't this the warning sound of the detoxification system, the latest scientific research of Lingyun Hospital? In order to keep her, Lingyun Hospital invested a lot of money to develop an intelligent detoxification system. It was equivalent to an intelligent space, which could store all kinds of equipment and herbs she needed to detoxify patients. This system was implanted in her brain and was completely controlled by her consciousness. Han Yunqi didn't expect that her soul would come and bring this treasure with her. Han Yunqi was excited. Finally, God didn't want her to die. The beeps sounded like poison, which reminded Han Yunqi that there was poison nearby. Han Yunqi suspected that the tumor on her face was deposited by poison. Now that the detoxification bag reminded her, it must be the case. She closed her eyes and tried to open the detoxification system with her consciousness. She didn't expect it to be so convenient. She took out a few gold needles and medical gauze and checked the stock inside. There were still plenty of gold needles and herbs. Han Yunqi glanced outside and saw that everyone was dozing off. She was sure that no one would disturb her for the time being, so she began to deal with the tumor on her face. She wanted to collect some blood from the tumor and put it in the detoxification system for testing. She didn't expect that she could identify the poison by sniffing it. This kind of poison was commonly known as grape ball. It was a very common disfiguring poison in ancient times. Any poison master with some ability could detoxify it. She didn't expect that the Han family, a medical family, would let their daughter suffer from this and no one would detoxify her. Someone must have deliberately poisoned her. The Han family, right? She would remember this for the original owner. It was reasonable that doctors didn't treat themselves. Although it was easy to detoxify the poison, it was a little troublesome on Han Yunqi's face. She could only do it in the dark. She drained the poisonous blood, detoxified the poison, applied the medicine, and finally put on the gauze. It took her a full hour to finish everything. After packing up, Han Yunqi covered the bridal veil again and shouted outside, "Nanny Wang, I'm hungry. Get me a bowl of noodles." Nanny Wang waited for a day and saw that Prince Qin's mansion didn't drive her away. She knew clearly the relationship between them. She didn't dare to offend Han Yunqi again and immediately went to buy. A big bowl of hot and fragrant soup was served to cover the smell of the medicine. Han Yunqi asked Nanny Wang to leave. Then she took off the veil and ate heartily. At this time, Han Yunqi's future husband, the Duke of Qin Long Feiyi, was standing on a tall building not far away with his hands behind his back. He was leaning against the railing and watching this scene from afar. His face couldn't be seen, yet his figure was tall, handsome, and lofty like a mountain. He wore black clothes, and he was mysterious, dignified, and emitted an arrogant and domineering aura. He was like a god of the night that stood high above and looked down upon the common people. "Your Majesty, the investigation is clear. The woman in the sedan chair is indeed Han Yunqi. Nanny Wang is old concubine's servant." The attendant in black reported respectfully, "What's the situation in the palace?" His voice was cold and low. It spread everywhere. "Many people are betting in private whether or not she'll be able to enter the gates tomorrow." His personal guard, Chu Shifeng, replied truthfully. Long Fei Yi finally turned around. His handsome, cold, and hard features seemed to be carved by heaven, so handsome that both men and gods would be enraged. The light from the lanterns illuminated his frosty face, but couldn't penetrate his deep, dark eyes. They were like a cold pool, a bottomless mystery. "Your lordship is also curious whether or not she'll be able to enter," Long Fei said as he stepped into the air in the direction away from the Duke of Qin's estate. Chu Shifeng gave a start. Heavens, did he hear wrong? The Duke of Qin was curious too, and the subject was a woman? Was the sun going to rise from the west tomorrow? Chapter 6. Early the next morning, the entrance of the Duke of Qin's residence was packed with people. Han Yunqi definitely didn't know that there were at least 30 big bookmakers inside and outside the palace, betting on whether she would be able to enter the Duke of Qin's residence today. There were thousands of people betting on whether she would be able to enter the Duke of Qin's residence today. The joyous music hadn't started, but the hubbub of voices was already lively enough. Han Yunqi didn't even have to worry about oversleeping and being woken up by the noise. She secretly glanced at the sky. There was still some time before the appointed time. It was just enough time for her to wake up and take care of the medicine on her face. A small, malignant tumor had met a top detoxifier like her. One night was enough to destroy the corpse and all traces. Han Yunqi tore off the gauze and cleaned up the herbs. Her fingertips gently caressed her face. The malignant tumor was now smooth, delicate, and warm. It was a pity that she didn't have a mirror. Otherwise, Han Yunqi would be able to see her current appearance. However, she thought that even if she wasn't beautiful, without the malignant tumor, she wouldn't be an ugly girl anymore, right? She took out some golden needles from the detoxification system and hid them in her sleeves. She also took out some poison powder for self-defense. After sorting out the trash, she temporarily stored it in the detoxification system. Everything was clean and tidy. Even if someone smelled the herbs, they wouldn't notice anything strange. Covering the bridal veil, Han Yunqi sat upright in the sedan chair and closed her eyes to rest, waiting for the auspicious time to arrive. As time passed, more and more people gathered. Even though it was the second day of the wedding, the streets of the capital were still empty. Even members of the Han family disguised themselves and mixed in with the crowd to see what was going on. Finally, the auspicious time arrived. Creak! Following the sound of the Duke of Qin's residence's main door opening, the noisy entrance immediately quieted down. No one dared to make a sound. The Duke of Qin's residence didn't act shamelessly and openly open the main door. However, the groom didn't come out. There wasn't even a person to escort the bride. Only the gatekeeper, old Liu, walked out and stood by the door. What was the meaning of this? In any case, the groom should at least kick the sedan chair door before the bride can get off, right? This situation caused the originally quiet entrance to fall into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the bridal sedan at the same time. Whether it was those who bet that the bride would enter the door or those who bet that the bride would not enter the door, they were all very nervous. They did not know what would happen next. A few members of the Han family, who were mingling among them, couldn't help but curse Han Yunqi in their hearts. Although marrying into the Duke of Qin's household was climbing up the social ladder, she shouldn't have humiliated herself like this. Nanny Wang hid a sneer in her eyes. She didn't say anything to make the situation awkward and waited for the auspicious time to pass. But who would have thought that suddenly, with a bang, the sedan chair door was kicked open from the inside. Han Yunqi was wearing a phoenix coronet, a red wedding gown, and a red wedding veil over her head. Natural and unrestrained, she stepped out of the sedan chair. She was not tall. She had been malnourished for a long time and was thin. Her wedding dress did not fit her, but she straightened her back and held her head high. When she stood like this, she had a strength of character that made people unable to take their eyes off her. It's the auspicious time. Why isn't the joyous music blowing? She asked loudly. As soon as he said this, everyone came back to their senses and understood what had just happened. God, the bride unexpectedly kicked the door and got out of the sedan chair. How could this happen? This was against the rules. You're too shameless. You actually came down by yourself. You can't get married, so you forced yourself to come to the door. You're too cheap. Suddenly, someone in the crowd cursed loudly. The surrounding people echoed. Cheap, shameless, and even the word prostitute was used. Han Yunqi was also a person, a woman. She also felt that she was very shameless. But what else could she do? Was she trapped in the sedan chair and waited for the next auspicious time? Could she wait? The emperor was just angry with the Duke of Qin, so he ordered him to marry a wife. If this matter really got out of hand, what could the emperor do to the Duke of Qin? In the end, all kinds of mistakes would fall on her. If she died, the engagement would naturally be cancelled. A touch of bitterness flashed through her heart. Han Yunqi pulled herself together. Survival was the king's way. In the midst of the cursing, Han Yunqi asked loudly. This should be done by the Duke of Qin, but he was too busy to come, so I could only do it for him. Are you saying that my cheap behavior was caused by the Duke of Qin? When these words came out, the entire crowd immediately exploded. Han Yunqi, you're inverting right and wrong, slandering people. The Duke of Qin doesn't want to marry you. That's right. Do you really think the Duke of Qin wants to marry you? Haven't you looked in the mirror since you were young? Don't you know what kind of bird you look like? Han Yunqi stopped and turned to face the source of the voice. Her body was thin and weak, but her voice was full of confidence. The Empress Dowager decreed the marriage, and the Emperor ordered the wedding to be held this month. You said that the Duke of Qin doesn't want to marry me. Then isn't the Duke of Qin going against the Emperor's orders? Who said that? Step forward now. When her voice fell, the entire crowd fell silent. Those people were so frightened that their faces turned green. They were flabbergasted and couldn't say another word. The surrounding people also didn't dare to talk about it. Who would dare to slander the Duke of Qin? Everyone shut up, and it was quiet. Han Yunqi took a deep breath to encourage herself. She proudly shouted at the top of her voice, "Joy, play!" Chapter 7. The two groups of ceremonial musicians did not dare to delay. They quickly stood in formation and began to play gongs, drums, flutes, and suona. They were so happy that they could celebrate. Han Yunqi raised her hand. Nanny Wang quickly came forward to help her. The bride had already gotten off the sedan. It would be her fault if she did not help her in front of everyone. Thus, under the dumbstruck gazes of hundreds of people, Han Yunqi straightened her back and walked step by step up the steps of the Duke of Qin's estate. Her every step was especially elegant, as if all the splendor in the air was hers to claim, noble and inviolable. This made many people forget that she was originally an ugly woman, who knew that when Han Yunqi stepped on the last step and just stood firm, a hidden dart suddenly flew from the side. It swept up her bridal veil and hit the ground. Ah! Assassin! There's an assassin! Nanny Wang screamed and ran away. She accidentally rolled down the high stone steps. Several guards immediately flew out from both sides of the manor. They looked around but did not find the assassin. For a long time, There was no other movement except for the hidden dart. Everyone was still in a panic. Han Yunqi was also scared. Her heart was beating fast. She knew how to detoxify, but she did not know martial arts. Just now, the hidden dart almost hit her head. So scary. The leader of the guards walked over, picked up the bridal veil, checked the dart, and handed it to the person next to him. Miss Han here. The leader personally handed the bridal veil over. Han Yunqi patted her chest and calmed down. Then she turned around to take it. Thank you. Who knew that when she turned around, the leader of the guards suddenly widened his eyes. Ah! He screamed and hurriedly stepped back in fear. The tumor was removed. Was she still ugly? The leader of the guards' frightened reaction made Han Yunqi sad. But if she was ugly, then so be it. In any case, she had always relied on her hands to make a living, not her face. With her back to the crowd, Han Yunqi calmly turned around and handed over the bridal veil. Nanny Wang, it's all right. You can come up. Who knew that when she turned around, the crowd behind her all sucked in a cold breath. Nanny Wang's screams were even louder than before. You! How did you? Ah! Han Yunqi did not know how devastatingly beautiful she was when she turned around. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Too beautiful! Are you really Han Yunqi?" Beautiful? Before she could regain her senses, there was a commotion below. Didn't they say that Han Yunqi was an ugly girl? What's going on? Rumors are harmful. Han Yunqi, you're even more beautiful. Does His Highness Duke of Qin? Rumors can't be trusted. For a moment, all sorts of voices rose and fell. Even the Han family members were incredulous and suspected that Han Yunqi had been switched out. But even with half of her face covered, this person was the real Han Yunqi. It could only be said that Han Yunqi's devastatingly beautiful features had been hidden away by that tumor for too long. Today, her beauty shocked the entire nation. The clamor at the entrance spread to the main hall of the Duke of Qin's estate. Grand concubine Yi and Murong Wanru were both stunned by the servant girl's report. They felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The two of them sat side by side in the main hall, wishing they could go out and see for themselves. By now, Nanny Wang had already covered Han Yunqi with her bridal veil again and helped her over the high threshold. Just like that, the bride entered the doors. Everyone was still amazed by her beauty and even forgot about the bet. In the crowd, a pretty, well-dressed woman was tugging at the man next to her before angrily turning around. "Big bro, there's definitely something wrong with Han Yunqi's face. I snuck a peek at her before. She's so ugly that I wanted to throw up." The woman was none other than the third young miss of Tianning's General Mu's estate, Mu Luiyue. The man next to her was Tianning Country's most famous young general, Mu Qingguo. He was a handsome man with strong facial lines and deep features. Even without his armor, he was still mighty and handsome. His bright, spirited eyes were filled with light and uprightness. Just then, the hidden dart had been shot by Mu Luiyue. She was one of Tianning's Duke of Qin's die-hard admirers and disliked Han Yunqi as much as any other admirer. Originally, she wanted to humiliate Han Yunqi in front of everyone, but ended up helping her instead. Mu Qingguo was annoyed by the noise and grabbed Mu Luiyue's wrist instead, his tone harsh. "You think this is a place for you to behave atrociously? Get out of here right now." He had no interest in this farce, but was attracted by the bride's courage and insight. He stopped to watch for a while, never expecting that there would be a tough one in the capital city full of spineless people. Moreover, it was a woman. Mu Luiyue had long gotten used to her big brother's coarseness and grabbed his hand to act like a spoiled child. "Big bro, there's definitely something wrong with that woman. Even if there's something wrong, it's none of your business. Go back," Mu Qingguo ordered. "We have nothing in common with you." Mu Luiyue pursed her lips, too lazy to say anything more to him. She mused that she should find those good sisters of hers and have them think of a way to investigate. Maybe this Han Yunqi really was an imposter. Chapter 8. How was the bride supposed to perform the ceremony when the groom wasn't present? Receiving Grand Concubine Yi's orders, Nanny Wang was sent straight to the bridal chamber. Is she really that pretty? Grand Concubine Yi asked doubtfully. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this servant saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. I don't know how those rumors spread, but they turned such a beauty into an ugly one. Impossible. Grand Concubine Yi sat up straight. I saw her when she was young. There's a big scar on the right side of her face. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, you'll see it when the bride comes to pay her respects tomorrow. How could this servant dare to deceive you? The Han family's medical skills are exceptional. Perhaps they've cured her. Nanny Wang could only explain. Grand Concubine Yi waved her hand impatiently and tipped her a few coins before dismissing her. Mufei, this is great news. It's good that she's beautiful. Otherwise, our Duke of Qin's estate would lose all face if we let her in today. Although the Empress Dowager forced it on Big Brother, it's good that she doesn't lose face for us, Morong Wanru said joyfully. Grand Concubine Yi had been gratified by Han Yunqi's beauty, but the words forced by the Empress Dowager made her unhappy again. Cold, she said. The Empress Dowager forced her great benefactor's woman onto my son. If this isn't humiliation, then what is? What's the use of being beautiful? Morong Wanru sighed helplessly. If her mother hadn't saved the Empress Dowager back then now. Morong Wanru didn't finish, but even an idiot knew that the current emperor's fate would be different if she hadn't. Han Yunqi's mother had saved the Empress Dowager's life and changed the fate of an entire generation. All right. I don't care for that position. I'm satisfied with Fei. You can withdraw as well. Grand Concubine Yi rubbed her brows as she spoke. Yes, Wanru has spoken too much. Morong Wanru obediently withdrew, heading for the Duke of Qin's hibiscus courtyard as soon as she left. But she stopped at the door. She was very clear that this was Long Fei Ye's private quarters. He hated it when others entered as they wished, even his adopted sister. But now, Han Yunqi was living there as the princess consort. Thinking of this, Morong Wanru couldn't help but clench her fists. She thought that as Long Fei Yi came back, Han Yunqi would definitely be kicked out. Han Yunqi didn't know that the hibiscus courtyard was a special place. At this moment, she was sitting on the bed. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one had come, she boldly lifted the bridal veil and stood up to stretch. She even took off the heavy phoenix coronet. For a moment, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders, and she felt much more relaxed. The first thing she wanted to do was to look at herself in the mirror. She really didn't know what she looked like to be able to make those people outside exaggerate to such an extent. She also didn't know which vicious person had tried to kill her with a hidden dart. She didn't expect that she would be stunned. That vicious bastard must be feeling very depressed right now, right? Han Yunqi was in a good mood and casually sat down in front of the mirror. This time even she was stunned. The face in the mirror was similar to her original appearance, but her skin, face shape, and facial features were all much better than her previous appearance. The original body's beauty, combined with Han Yunqi's own charm, was truly a combination of both inside and out. She was beautiful beyond compare. Han Yunqi lightly stroked the right side of her face. There was no trace of the original scar left, as if it had never existed. She thought that this face could at least be considered worthy of the Duke of Qin. That guy still hadn't shown himself, so who knew what he looked like? She stood up and walked around, discovering that this room was unusually large. The bedroom wasn't a part of this room. There was no door, and it was separated by heavy hanging curtains. Beyond the hanging curtains, there was an even larger space. On the right was the indoor hot spring, and on the left was the study. In front of her was a deep and wide hallway with 2 rows of tall columns and heavy hanging curtains that led directly to the main door. To be exact, this wasn't a bedroom, but a bedroom. How extravagant! Han Yunchi walked around, but when she came back, her legs felt sore. Didn't all large families have many attendants? This room was so big, but she didn't see a single person. She couldn't even find a single person to ask. It really was strange. Han Yunchi sat back on the couch, wondering if the groom would come back tonight. Chapter 9. Han Yunchi waited from dawn to dusk, not to mention the groom. She didn't even see a shadow of a person. In the dead of the night, she leaned against the pillow and unknowingly fell asleep. Suddenly, she heard a crash. It seemed to be the sound of someone hitting the window. The oil lamp in the bedroom was too small to illuminate the outside. Han Yunchi waited for a long time, but she didn't hear anything else. A trace of uneasiness flitted past her heart. She carefully walked out of the bedroom. Who is it? It was dark and quiet outside. No one answered. Someone came in, right? Who are you? Han Yunchi asked again as she shone the oil lamp over. At this moment, a beeping sound rang in her head, reminding her that there was poison. What was going on? Could it be that someone had poisoned her? Han Yunchi shivered and immediately turned to return to the bedroom. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed her ankle at this moment. Ah! Before she could finish her scream, her entire body was pulled over. The oil lamp fell to the ground and she fell flat on her face. However, she couldn't care less. She wanted to kick that hand away, but unexpectedly she kicked a man's chest. Instantly, the smell of blood filled the air. Don't move if you want to live. The man's cold voice suddenly caused the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. Han Yunchi instantly froze because the cold blade of a sword was pressed against her body. This guy seemed to be injured and poisoned. Was he an assassin? The surroundings were very quiet. She could hear the man's heavy breathing. After seeing that he didn't move, Han Yunchi asked timidly, "Hey, you're here to assassinate the Duke of Qin, right?" The man didn't answer. "The Duke of Qin isn't here. I reckon he won't come for a year or so. Let me go and I'll pretend that I don't know anything, okay?" Han Yunchi probed. Unfortunately, the man still didn't speak. In the darkness, Han Yunchi could see that he was leaning against the wall. He was dressed in black, so she couldn't see his face clearly. "You're injured. Don't sit like this. Hurry up and leave. I promise I won't call anyone to catch you," Han Yunchi said timidly. She carefully got up and wanted to push his sword away. Who knew that the moment she touched the back of the sword, the man would raise the sword to her neck and slash it down mercilessly. At this critical moment, Han Yunchi suddenly retreated and said anxiously, "You've been poisoned. The wound is 4 inches from your abdomen. It's snake venom. You were poisoned half an hour ago. It wasn't directly bitten by a venomous snake, but a venom refined by someone. Your breathing is heavy and your heartbeat is slow. This kind of venom hurts your heart and acts very quickly. You'll probably be able to hold on for an hour." Han Yunchi told him everything she had guessed based on the detoxification system's reminder. At this moment, the man's sword was still pressed against her neck. The blood slowly flowing from her neck made her heart beat faster and faster, unable to slow down. However, the man didn't stab down with his sword, which made Han Yunchi know that she was right. The surroundings were silent, and the cold air was filled with tension. Han Yunchi swallowed her saliva, summoned her courage, and continued, "I can help you detoxify. If I can't, you can kill me." After saying that, she didn't dare to make another sound and waited in fear. After a while, the man spoke cold voice. "How long?" "I need to check the specific injury and the intensity of the venom." Han Yunchi answered truthfully. The man didn't say anything and put down his sword. Han Yunchi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. After confirming that her life wasn't in danger, Han Yunchi's very professional side was revealed. She stood up and saw that the man in black was about to stand up as well. She immediately ordered, "Sit down, don't move." Her voice was thin, but it had a sense of authority that couldn't be defied. "Once you move, It will accelerate your blood circulation. The more venom enters your heart, the more troublesome it will be. In the darkness, a mischievous look flashed across the man's eyes, and he really did obediently stop moving. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's next sentence was, "Take off your clothes." Chapter 10. Take off his clothes? A dangerous glint flashed in the man's eyes. He didn't move, obviously unhappy. In the dark, Han Yunqi could still see the man staring at her. "What are you looking at? How can I see the wound if you don't take it off? You're a man and I'm a woman. I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, not you." Han Yunqi said and took action. Director Lin of Lingyun Hospital was right. There was no distinction between men and women in front of doctors. At least Han Yunqi was used to it. Han Yunqi's hand was approaching, but the man pushed it away. It seemed that he hated being touched by a woman. "I'll do it myself." Up until now, every word he said was as cold as ice. Although the poison was deep, this guy still had strength. He quickly took off his clothes. In fact, Han Yunqi couldn't see anything clearly in the dark. The human body was almost the same. She could find the main acupuncture points of the human body with her eyes closed. She inserted 2 gold needles into the acupuncture points near the man's heart to stabilize the poison. Then, she used the gold needles to collect some blood from the wound. The man immediately felt the tightness in his chest lessen. Gradually, he relaxed. "Wait a moment. I'll get the light." She got up and went to the bedroom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Yunqi put the blood into the detoxification system for testing. She got an unexpected result. This poison was a mixture of snake venom. After all, the snake venom commonly seen in modern times was different from ancient snake venom. Many ancient snakes had gone extinct in modern times. Therefore, the detoxification system only had relevant records. There was no corresponding antidote stored. Even the herbs needed to make the antidote were not available. After understanding the situation, Han Yunqi touched the sword wound on her neck. She was unusually calm. If there was no antidote, then there was no antidote. That hateful assassin killed the innocent. She didn't really plan to save him. Therefore, she took some medicine and small tools to temporarily suppress the poison. She took the lantern and went over. With the illumination of the light, Han Yunqi gradually saw the man from afar. Although he was sitting, she could tell from his limbs that this guy had a good figure. At least, he was very tall. Gradually, the light came closer and closer. When the light shone directly on the man's face, Han Yunqi was stunned. God! This man, as an assassin, he did not wear a mask. His cold facial lines and sharp facial features made him look like a god carved by the heavens. Even though he was injured, he did not look pathetic at all. Instead, he exuded the nobility and domineering aura of a king. In front of him, anyone would feel inferior. The light illuminated his face, but it couldn't shine into his dark and deep eyes, which seemed to be able to absorb everything in the world. It was a pair of deep, dark eyes that stared coldly at Han Yunqi as if trying to suck her in. Han Yunqi was stunned. Her hand trembled, and a lantern fell to the ground. She had seen many outstanding men, but at a glance, she had to admit that the man in front of her absolutely had the capital to make people submit to him. "Why are you still in a daze?" the man asked unhappily. He was very disgusted by Han Yunqi's reaction. This time, Han Yunqi quickly averted her gaze and regained her calmness. "I haven't eaten. My hands are weak." As she spoke, she picked up the lantern and walked closer. She kept her eyes lowered and did not look at him again. After placing the lantern, she knelt beside him and spread out the medicine, cotton swabs, gauze, and herbs. The man looked at the exquisitely made cotton swabs and universal gauze and was a little puzzled. "These are—" Han Yunqi pretended not to hear him. She raised her head and prepared to check the wound. However, she, who had always been unable to look away when she saw the wound, was unable to do so this time. This man's figure was explosively good. Under the illumination of the light, his firm and strong chest and his well-defined abdomen shone with a charming bronze luster. He exuded an irresistible wild aura. It was proven that there was no distinction between men and women in front of doctors. It depended on the situation. Han Yunqi forgot about the wound and unconsciously looked at him from head to toe. Her ears were very, very red. Chapter 11. Han Yunqi's dazed gaze made the man very disgusted. Thus, with a flash of cold light, the man's long sword was placed on her neck again. "Hurry up!" He was extremely impatient, as cold as an Azura. Han Yunqi regained her senses and scolded herself in her heart. How could she be so useless? Taking a deep breath, she still calmed down. "Take the sword away, or else my hand will shake. If something goes wrong, don't blame me." "Are you threatening me?" The man narrowed his eyes. "You can think of it that way." Although this guy was a feast for the eyes, Han Yunqi was not a love-struck fool. She especially cherished her life. When it was a matter of life and death, she really could not concentrate. If Han Yunqi looked up, she would definitely see the man's narrowed eyes. That gaze was enough to cut her into pieces. However, no matter how fierce he was, it was useless. Who asked him to be controlled by others? The long sword was slowly put back. Han Yunqi did not say much. After taking the cotton swab to check the wound, she was serious, focused, and even a little serious. Detoxification was firstly to expel the poison, and secondly to dissolve the poison. Expelling the poison was to find a way to expel the poison from the body, while dissolving the poison was for the poison that could not be expelled. It needed to be dissolved with medicine. Expelling the poison was Han Yunqi's strongest point. There were two ways to expel the poison. The first was acupuncture, and the second was to apply medicine. First, use acupuncture to expel the poison as much as possible. Then use medicine to absorb the remaining poison. After a serious examination, Han Yunqi was very sure that this guy's poison could be completely expelled. Unfortunately, she did not have the medicine on hand. She did not say a word and took out a golden needle to search for the acupuncture points. Different parts of the body had different poisons, and the acupuncture points were also different. If it was an ordinary doctor, it would probably take half a day to find the acupuncture points. But for her, it was as easy as eating a meal. "It will hurt. Bear with it." The man did not answer and looked down at her. Han Yunqi, she was obviously an ugly girl. Why was she so beautiful and stunning? She was obviously timid and weak. Where did she get the courage and boldness to remain calm in the face of danger? She was clearly the most useless young miss of the Han family. So where did her exquisite acupuncture skills come from? Han Yunqi didn't know about the man's suspicion. She was seriously looking for an acupoint to insert the needle. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly knitted. She was focused, professional, careful, and rigorous. Her whole person exuded a majesty that could not be disturbed. The man looked at her and didn't realize that he was stunned. He realized that this woman's serious look didn't seem so annoying. As several golden needles were inserted into his acupoints, the wound began to bleed black blood. Soon, more and more blood flowed out. It was even a little disgusting. Han Yunqi didn't even frown. She carefully wiped the man's blood to prevent the poisonous blood from touching other wounds and causing secondary infection. Han Yunqi didn't take back the golden needles until the wound started to bleed. She cleaned the wound, stopped the bleeding, applied medicine, and bandaged it with gauze. A series of steps were carried out skillfully and methodically. The entire process took less than half an hour. Although she didn't intend to take responsibility for this man's life, she still did her best to expel the poison. As for the remaining poison in his body without medicine, she could only let the man resign himself to fate. The medicine she applied to the man was only to reduce the inflammation and temporarily suppress the poison. If she looked for more medicine, she wouldn't be able to get rid of this man. This was the Duke of Qin's residence, and it was their wedding night. Her groom could come in at any time. If he saw her with another man, She would lose her life. This guy, the sooner he left, the better. It would be best if he never came back. Han Yunchi handed over a few packets of medicinal herbs. She said seriously, "Change the medicine once a day. It'll be fine in a few days. You should hurry and leave." Unexpectedly, the man raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He asked, "Han Yunchi, where do you want this prince to go on our wedding night?" What? Chapter 12. Clang, clang. The lantern in Han Yunchi's hand fell again. Her face turned pale from shock. Wedding night? This king? What was this fellow trying to say? Long Fei rose to his feet and gave her a thoughtful look before brushing past her shoulder to head for the bedroom. It was as if he were the owner of the house. After a while, Han Yunchi chased after him. You're Long Fei Yi?" "Impudent. Long Fei," Yi coldly said. In this world, there weren't many people that dared to call him by his full name. He had rushed back, so he did not know that Han Yunchi would be sent here. This was his private place. Although Han Yunchi found it hard to believe, she was certain of this fellow's identity. She could not help cursing herself for being foolish. What kind of assassin would not wear a mask? What kind of assassin would have the aura of a king? Han Yunchi was extremely vexed. This matter was troublesome. This fellow still had poison in his body. Even if there was just a little bit of poison left, it could be fatal. This fellow was the king. If he unfortunately died, wouldn't she be buried with him? "You're really Han Yunchi?" Long Fei Ye's cold eyes seemed to be able to see through her. There were too many suspicious points about this woman. There were countless people that wanted to kill him in this world. It wasn't that he didn't have spies by his side, but if this woman was a spy, he would have already lost his life. Han Yunchi had a depressed expression as she allowed him to look. She thought that this fellow would never be able to see the truth of her transmigration. "Answer this king's question," Long Fei Yi ordered. Han Yunchi sighed and walked over to lean against a pillar. "Duke of Qin, this question is not important. The important thing right now is that the poison in your body is not completely cured." "What did you say?" Long Fei Yi was shocked. "There's still a part of the poison in your body that can't be removed with gold needles. It needs to be absorbed with medicine. But I don't have that kind of medicine. If you don't believe me, take a deep breath and see if the 2 inches below your heart hurts." Han Yunchi said seriously. Long Fei sucked in a deep breath. That area really did hurt. In a flash, his eyes flashed with killing intent. "As expected, you've got guts. Duke of Qin's words are incorrect. I thought you were an assassin, yet you didn't reveal your identity. Even if I killed you, you deserved it," Han Yunchi argued. "Serves him right?" Long Fei Ye's cold eyes stared straight into Han Yunchi's eyes. But Han Yunchi wasn't afraid. She let him stare at her. This woman had guts. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration that even he didn't notice. He said coldly, "Now you know. You should tell me what kind of medicine you lack, right?" Han Yunchi was suspicious. What kind of unscrupulous thing did this fellow do? He didn't find an imperial physician when he was poisoned, but hid here instead. It looked like his injuries couldn't be made public. Although it went against Han Yunchi's medical principles to loot a burning house, she had to think carefully about the quality of her life after marriage. Everyone knew that even if she could enter the Duke of Qin's estate, she might not be able to live on. Of course, she knew this very well. Thus, she had to have someone to rely on. The strongest person she could rely on was the head of the Duke of Qin's estate, the powerful Duke of Qin, Long Fei Yi of Tianning's imperial clan. Han Yunchi revealed a crafty smile. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, actually, the medicine I gave you now can still guarantee that the poison won't flare up within 10 days. So," Long Fei Yi continued to stare at her, his cold eyes penetrating. Han Yunchi put on an innocent and timid expression as she said pitifully, "Tomorrow I'll invite the Grand Imperial Concubine to tea and pay my respects to the palace. I don't know if your Highness will accompany me." On the first day of the wedding, the bride had to invite her elders to tea. As long as this fellow was willing to go with her tomorrow, it meant that he acknowledged her as his Wang Fei. With his approval, she'd have less trouble in the future. And if your lordship isn't willing? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi lowered her head innocently. Actually, His Highness's poison isn't anything rare. Any imperial physician should be able to treat him. Hey, you're very smart. If he could find an imperial physician, why would Long Fei Yi waste his time here? This woman was indirectly threatening him again. Han Yunqi smiled prettily. Thank you for your Highness's praise. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt like he couldn't do anything about her. Who knew what he was thinking? After a while, he waved his hand. Keep your mouth shut and withdraw. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She'd succeeded. Yes, many thanks to your Highness, Duke of Qin. She excitedly withdrew from the bedroom, diligently lowering the curtains for Long Fei Yi. But when she turned around to face the darkness, she realized that tonight was the wedding night. Where was she supposed to retreat to? Chapter 13. That night, Han Yunqi spent the entire night in the study. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too cold, so she could still endure it. When she woke up the next morning, Long Fei Yi was no longer in the bedroom. He wouldn't go back on his word about that matter, right? He didn't seem to have given her a direct answer last night. Han Yunqi became uneasy and hurriedly rushed out. Unexpectedly, Long Fei was drinking tea in the garden outside when he saw her rush out with a flustered expression. Her clothes were in a mess, her hair disheveled, and she wasn't even wearing shoes. He was disgusted and said unhappily, I'll give you an hour. Clean yourself up before coming out. Yes, I promise I won't embarrass your Highness. Han Yunqi smiled very flatteringly and hurriedly closed the door. An hour was enough for her to soak in the hot spring for a while. However, Han Yunqi quickly discovered that she was too optimistic. The hairstyle of the ancient people was very complicated. She didn't know how to do it, so it took her a long time to loosen yesterday's bun. Helpless, she could only comb her hair into a Korean princess hairstyle and pull out her bangs. She wanted to find some hair accessories, but unfortunately, the dowry jewelry was inferior. Han Yunqi was very clear that if she wore this kind of thing outside, not only would she embarrass herself, but she would also embarrass the Duke of Qin's manor. Forget it. In any case, she couldn't wear it well, so she might as well not wear it. Han Yunqi practically opened the door right on time. She was wearing a very drooping ice blue one-piece dress, which made her white skin look even more radiant. Her simple hairstyle and clothes were very compatible. Although she didn't have any expensive jewelry to add color, she looked elegant and refined, causing people's eyes to light up. A beauty didn't need any extra decorations. Simple was the most beautiful. I've finished tidying up. Your Highness, please check. Han Yunqi was in a good mood. Long Fei Yi looked at her for a long time. Then, without saying a word, he got up and left. Stingy guy, will it kill you to say something? Han Yunqi muttered to herself as she quickened her steps to catch up. She didn't know that Long Fei never looked at a woman for more than 3 seconds. Long Fei Yi walked in front while Han Yunqi followed behind. She consciously kept a distance of 1 step from him. When she came in yesterday, she was wearing a bridal veil and did not see clearly. Only now did she realize that this hibiscus courtyard was filled with flowers and plants, artificial streams, and bamboo groves. It was quiet and elegant, like a place of seclusion. They didn't see any servants on the way until they reached the gates of the courtyard. Finally, they saw an old mama who was dressed as one of Grand Concubine Yi's personal attendants. The old mama was clearly surprised to see Long Fei Yi. After a moment of surprise, she hurriedly bowed in greeting. This old servant greets your Highness, Duke of Qin. Long Fei Yi ignored her and kept walking forward. Han Yunqi might have the title of Wang Fei, but she didn't expect anyone to pay her respects. She copied Long Fei Yi and walked out as if there was no one around. But the old mama stopped her, her voice stiff. Esteemed Wang Fei, as usual, the grand imperial concubine has to inspect the scarlet handkerchief and send it to the palace for esteemed Empress Dowager to examine. A scarlet handkerchief was something used to check if the bride was a virgin on the wedding night. Not every girl's first night would be scarlet. How many innocent girls had been killed by this thing? If Han Yunqi couldn't hand it over, she'd either have to admit that she was alone on the wedding night or that she wasn't a virgin. The former would make her a laughingstock and lose all face. The latter was a capital offense that would implicate the entire Han family. As soon as she entered the palace, each step was as deep as the sea. Each step was filled with danger. It was only the first morning of her marriage, but she was already in trouble. She didn't even sleep on the bed last night. So where did the scarlet handkerchief come from? Esteemed Wang Fei, please hand the item over to this old servant, the old mama urged. Seeing Long Fei Ye's unmoved back, Han Yunqi felt conflicted. Either way, it was troublesome. Fine. She'd throw caution to the wind. Thus, she lowered her head and feigned shyness. Your Highness, the item is with you, right? Chapter 14. The red handkerchief was with the Duke of Qin. The old nanny sucked in a cold breath and looked at the Duke of Qin in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? She didn't know when the Duke of Qin had returned last night, but it was already hard to imagine that he hadn't chased this woman out of Hibiscus Courtyard. He had probably walked out with her to respond to the palace's greetings. How could he have done that with this woman, and even personally brought the red handkerchief? This woman must be lying. But how could she dare to lie in front of the Duke of Qin? Did she want to die? The old nanny's heart was at a loss. She wanted to ask, but didn't dare to. She waited in fear for the Duke of Qin's reaction. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would throw down 2 words, wait, and personally walk back? Was he going to take it? The old nanny covered her mouth in disbelief and couldn't help but look at Morong Wanru, who was hiding on the side and peeking. Han Yunqi curiously followed her gaze, but didn't see anyone there. You too. The old nanny couldn't remain calm. Did they have to be like this, making them look like an adulterous couple? Han Yunqi rolled her eyes and leaned against the side fence to wait. Actually, she wasn't sure. Who knew if the red handkerchief Long Fei Yi took out would have read on it? Yesterday, she only wanted him to accompany her to pay respects and didn't think that there would be this. If there wasn't a red handkerchief, even if he accompanied her to pay respects, what was the point? Only that thing could truly represent his acknowledgement of her. Although she knew it was impossible, and she couldn't accept this kind of lie, Han Yunqi still had a little bit of hope in her heart. After all, she was already married to him. Long Fei Yi, you and I got married because of the imperial decree. I didn't force anything. If you can't resist the imperial decree, can you not put all the pressure on me, a woman? Han Yunqi lowered her eyes and leaned against the low wall to the side, waiting silently. The old nanny was burning with anxiety as she paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at her as if she was some kind of monster. Finally, Long Fei Yi returned, but his hands were empty. Or did he decide to tell the truth, so he didn't even take the thing? Han Yunqi tried her best to ignore the bitterness in her heart. She smiled and did not ask anything. Your Highness, where's the handkerchief? The old lady couldn't help but ask nervously. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would say, this prince can bring it over? The old mama was shocked. Your Highness wants to go to the old concubine's place together? Long Fei Yi did not answer the old nanny, nor did he pay any attention to Han Yunqi. After he finished speaking, he walked very fast. Han Yunqi's body reacted faster than her brain. She quickly chased after him. She was nervous and her heart was beating faster. How would this guy deal with it? She wanted to ask, but didn't know where to start. Instead, she chased him all the way to Grand Concubine Yi's gates. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was standing at the entrance. She was so thin that She looked like she would be blown away by a gust of wind. She was dressed simply and looked pure. Her eyes were especially gentle. This was none other than Grand Concubine Yi's adopted daughter, Morong Wanru. As soon as she saw them, Morong Wanru hurried forward and called out shyly, "Big bro, you came too?" Morong Wanru's voice was so tender it could melt a person's heart. Han Yunchi felt goosebumps rise all over her body as she silently sighed with emotion. What a big, tender flower! She was a delicate, soft, and pitiful beauty, but Long Fei Yi simply treated her like air and walked in without a word. As it turned out, this guy was so cold to everyone. "Big bro!" Morong Wanru's voice was soft and gentle, tinged with a bit of grievance. Han Yunchi shivered again as goosebumps rose all over her body. But Morong Wanru only looked at her and sized her up. A flash of jealousy flitted past her eyes, but her face was still smiling kindly. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful." So speaking, she affectionately took Han Yunchi by the arm and comforted her. "My big bro's just like that, don't mind him. Come, I'll take you inside." Just then, she was the one who'd been treated like air by Long Fei Yi. His words made it sound like she was the host and Han Yunchi was the guest. No matter how good an adopted daughter was, she wasn't surnamed Long. No matter how unfavored a daughter-in-law, she was still the future mistress of the house. Han Yunchi put on a false smile. "Many thanks to Miss Morong. I can go in myself." As he spoke, he pushed her hand away without a trace and walked in with large strides. Chapter 15. Grand Concubine Yi was a very leisurely and carefree woman. She loved beauty and was obsessed with cleanliness, so the room was decorated like a greenhouse. The fragrant scent of flowers wafted through the air, making Han Yunchi almost forget that this was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Grand Concubine Yi was sitting lazily in the seat of honor. Although she was already 40 years old, she maintained herself well. Her eyes were deep, and her beautiful phoenix eyes exuded a strong charm. She was as noble and languid as a queen. As soon as Han Yunchi entered the room, she stared at her, thinking to herself, "This daughter-in-law really is pretty. She doesn't look as loathsome as before. If that slut Empress Dowager hadn't forced her on Fei, I might even like her." Allowing Grand Concubine Yi to stare, Han Yunchi lowered her head and walked quickly to Long Fei Ye's side. "Fei, when did you come back last night? You didn't even say hello to Mu Fei." "I've been waiting for you all day," Grand Concubine Yi said lazily. "Is something the matter?" Long Fei Yi asked, his tone finally showing some humanity. "Nothing much. I just haven't seen you in a while and missed you." Grand Concubine Yi smiled. Han Yunchi's heart turned cold. Didn't this mother and son pair know that yesterday was their wedding day? Who were they trying to disgust? She'd harbored a bit of hope for Long Fei Yi, but now it was all gone. If it was a blessing, then it wasn't a disaster. If it was a disaster, then so be it. She'd experienced all sorts of things. But Long Fei Yi suddenly took out a white handkerchief from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. A red handkerchief. "May Mu Fei take a look?" Everyone turned to look at the handkerchief. Han Yunchi was the closest to it, so she had the clearest view. She saw that the handkerchief was folded into a thick square, the topmost side clean and pure white without blemish. She only glanced at it before lowering her head in disappointment, preparing to accept Grand Concubine Yi's suspicions. On one side, Morong Wanru saw this and silently exhaled. She just knew that the Duke of Qin would never touch this woman. He'd only come with her to Grand Concubine Yi because they were going to the palace together. With a look from Morong Wanru, the old mama quickly took off the red handkerchief and presented it to Grand Concubine Yi with both hands. Grand Concubine Yi glanced at her before her face fell. "Bride, what's going on?" "His Highness returned last night. How did you serve him?" As he questioned, he casually picked up the red handkerchief to examine it. Who would have thought that as soon as he picked it up, the snow-white silk handkerchief was immediately stained red? "Ah, Grand concubine, he couldn't help but shriek. When she focused, she saw that it really was blood. Han Yunqi subconsciously looked up and saw the red. It was a drop of blood. This. Heavens! She looked at Long Feiyi inconceivably. The man was still expressionless and cold like an ice god. However, Han Yunqi's heart was inexplicably warm. Long Feiyi, you're a real man. Thank you very much. Mu Fei's seen it as well. Someone come. Send it to the palace. Even Grand Concubine, Yi's people didn't dare to defy Long Feiyi's orders. The old mama quickly brought over a tray to collect the handkerchief, but Grand Concubine Yi's eyes flashed with astonishment before she reluctantly released it. She looked meaningfully at Morong Wanru on one side, as if to ask, Han Yunqi couldn't have used some sort of sorcery to bewitch her son, right? My son has never been moved by beauty. That red was like a thorn in Morong Wanru's eyes, stabbing her painfully. She didn't believe it. Never. After taking away the red handkerchief, hot tea was brought over. Esteemed Wang Fei toasts esteemed imperial concubine with tea, the old mama said loudly. With Long Feiyi's affirmation, Han Yunqi felt much more confident. She steadily picked up the teacup and respectfully kowtowed. Qinxia Han Yunqi pays respects to Mu Fei. Long live Mu Fei. Grand Concubine Yi's eyes darted around before she shot Long Feiyi a few looks. Although she didn't understand or want to, she still gave her son face. She accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp, then rewarded Han Yunqi with a blue jade hairpin. She personally put it on Han Yunqi's neck and said mildly, I don't have much to tell you. You only need to remember one thing. No matter what you say or do, you can't lose face for me or His Highness. Yes, Qinxia will remember it in her heart, Han Yunqi replied seriously. You may rise, Grand Concubine said. She beckoned Nangong Wanru over. Wanru, you're a junior. Offer your sister-in-law a cup of tea. Yes. Morong Wanru's voice was soft and obedient, always tinged with pity, as if someone had bullied her. She picked up the hot tea and walked step by step towards Han Yunqi, hatred flashing through her eyes. Chapter 16. Sister-in-law, drink some tea. Morong Wanru held the teacup with both hands, her frail body slightly bowed. She was as gentle and well-behaved as a little sister. Doot, doot, doot. Doot, doot, doot. The detox system's urgent warning had been ringing for a long time, almost enough to make Han Yunqi's head explode. There was poison in this tea. Han Yunqi activated the scanning system and quickly confirmed that the tea contained the lowest level of poison, a laxative. What a delicate flower, Morong Wanru. So she was a white lotus. If she drank laxative now, wouldn't she be looking for a latrine in front of everyone when she went to pay respects at the palace? Wouldn't she lose all face? What a great greeting gift. Very good. This doctor will give you an even bigger one in return. When the tea arrived, Han Yunqi quickly reached out to take it and drank it in one big gulp. She was about to put the teacup back when it slipped and shattered on the ground. What's going on? Grand Concubine, he shouted. It was very inauspicious for a cup to shatter while serving tea. Morong Wanru quickly comforted her. Mu Fei, it's fine. It's fine if it's broken. It's fine if it's broken. So speaking, she quickly crouched down to pick it up, but Han Yunqi followed suit. I'll do it, I'll do it. Don't get hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, the shard in her hand cut Morong Wanru's finger. Aye, you're bleeding. It's all my fault. Han Yunqi was alarmed as she quickly took Morong Wanru's finger and sucked it in her mouth. Han Yunqi had stolen the show of kindness, so how could Morong Wanru accept it? She quickly struggled free. It's just a small wound, it's nothing. Sister-in-law, don't be like this, I can't take it. How is it a small matter? Someone come, hurry, and call a doctor over. What if there's a scar? Grand Concubine, he wasn't happy. She pulled Morong Wanru to the head seat and looked at her wound with a pained expression. How many times have I said it? Leave these things to the servants. What's there to steal? You got hurt, didn't you? No matter how Han Yunchi looked at Murong Wanru and Grand Concubine Yi, they looked like real mother and daughter. She even felt that there were some similarities between their eyebrows, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, people who'd known each other for a long time would naturally resemble each other. Before Grand Concubine Yi could blame Han Yunchi, Murong Wanru spoke up. Mu Fei, don't blame sister-in-law. I was the one who wasn't careful. Han Yunchi's mouth twitched. How was this a white lotus? This was a poisonous lotus. Murong Wanru's words reminded Grand Concubine Yi. She glared at her and said, You're so careless. You don't have any manners at all. I'll punish you. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud bang. What was that sound? Everyone was confused. Then a series of sounds like firecrackers were heard. Bang, 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 clap, clap, clap. What a loud fart. And very smelly? Ah. Grand Concubine Yi shrieked as she jumped to her feet, covering her nose and distancing herself. Her face was full of disgust. You're talking nonsense. It stinks. It stinks. Hurry and get out. This time, everyone in the room looked at Murong Wanru. Murong Wanru's face flushed red like a monkey's butt. She only realized after farting and instinctively clamped her buttocks together. But no matter how hard she tried, it was to no avail. Mu Fei! She didn't know how to explain herself before her buttocks slipped out of her control. Another series of spluttering sounds filled the air, drowning out the fragrance of flowers. The misophobic Grand Concubine, he couldn't take it anymore. She was about to throw up as she stomped her feet and shouted, Someone come, take her out! Don't pollute my room. Ah! Murong Wanru gave a short shriek before another series of spluttering sounds came from beneath her. Heavens! How could this be? She clamped her legs together, wanting to cry but having no tears. She didn't even dare to speak. Seeing everyone's disdainful looks, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This was so humiliating, especially in front of the Duke of Qin. How was she supposed to face people in the future? Just what was wrong with her? The two maidservants were about to pull him away, but at this time there was a sudden bang, and he actually defecated. Immediately after, spluttering and spluttering, her pants were soaked. Ah, ah, ah. Grand Concubine, he couldn't take it any more. She screamed as she ran for her life. The room was filled with a foul stench. With Grand Concubine Yi gone, everyone else followed suit, leaving only Murong Wanru to continue pooping and crying. Why was it like this? So humiliating. How was she supposed to face people in the future? Who could tell her what was going on? She had clearly drugged Han Yunchi, and it wasn't a laxative that took effect immediately. Sitting in a pool of urine and feces, Murong Wanru didn't know whether to get up or stay down. She didn't know what to do. Who could save her? Han Yunchi followed Long Fei Yi out of the room and couldn't help but burst into laughter. When she turned her head, she saw Long Fei Yi staring at her. Cough! Cough! She stopped laughing and covered her nose. Your Highness, it stinks. Let's hurry to the palace. You drugged her wound, so that's why it was so fast. Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. How could that be? Your Highness shouldn't wrongly accuse me. Han Yunchi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled beautifully. Chapter 17. Before boarding the carriage, Han Yunchi had already taken the antidote. She had brought along some commonly used antidotes and poisons. Today, it seemed that they were very useful. The ancient people were much more skilled at using poisons than the modern people. In the modern era, most poisons were artificially synthesized by artificial intelligence. In the ancient era, any flower or grass could be poisoned. Sitting in the carriage with His Highness Duke of Qin, they headed to the palace. He closed his eyes to rest, but Han Yunchi unconsciously stole glances at him. Looking carefully at this man, his features were even more handsome than last night. Especially when he was quiet, he was like a statue of a god, noble and inviolable. A red handkerchief might not mean much to him, but to her it was a matter of a lifetime, although they had made a deal beforehand. Han Yunqi still felt grateful from the bottom of her heart. Han Yunqi didn't know that countless gambling games had been set up in the palace because of her. Countless people had lost money, so the number of people she had offended was also innumerable. She originally thought that she would only see the Empress Dowager, but she didn't expect to see a room full of people in the palace of heaven and earth. Although the room was silent, pairs of cold eyes filled with contempt, disdain, contempt, and resentment shot towards Han Yunqi like sharp arrows. Looks couldn't kill, but they could scare people to death. Han Yunqi sighed in her heart. What did she do wrong to be so disliked? The Duke of Qin was the imperial uncle and was the Duke of Qin's legal wife. Han Yunqi was the Empress Dowager's daughter-in-law and the Empress's sister-in-law, not to mention the Emperor's concubines. Even the Emperor's children had to pay their respects when they saw her. What were these people looking at? This Wang Fei isn't ugly, so I'll let you look your fill. Under everyone's gaze, Han Yunqi wasn't timid at all. She raised her chin high, noble, and elegant as she walked gracefully beside Long Fei. Her beauty that could cause the downfall of nations and her otherworldly temperament seemed to gather all the elegance in the world on her body. She and Long Fei were a perfect match, as if they were a match made in heaven. As they watched, many people's gazes gradually changed, becoming stunned and envious. A confident woman was always the most beautiful. The room was very large, so it took them a while to reach the high seats and see the Empress Dowager. Only then did Han Yunqi realize how young Grand Concubine Yi was. The Empress Dowager was already a white-haired old woman, while the Empress was over 30 years old. The Empress Dowager was amiable and noble, while the Empress was graceful and luxurious. The two women sitting there exuded an aura enough to intimidate the entire imperial harem. This was the unique aura of power and prestige. A Ken wishes imperial mother good health and imperial sister-in-law good fortune. Long Fei Yi saluted and paid his respects. Han Yunqi bowed and said, Qinxia wishes imperial mother good health and imperial sister-in-law good fortune. As long as the two of you can get well, I will be in good health. Quickly rise. Servants, give her a seat. The Empress Dowager was in a good mood and smiled kindly. As soon as he rose, the concubines on either side of him all stood up and bowed in greeting. May your Highness, Duke of Qin, be at ease, and Qin Wang Fei be blessed. The importance of a man was reflected now. A wife's status depended on her husband, right? Han Yunqi was about to sit down when the Empress Dowager said, Yunqi, hurry and come here. Let me take a good look at you. Han Yunqi finally remembered this familiarity. Back then, her mother had saved the Empress Dowager's life, which was why she was betrothed to Long Fei Yi. But, old Granny Empress Dowager, is it appropriate for you to betroth your benefactor's daughter to your enemy's son? Who doesn't know that you and Grand Concubine Yi fought fiercely in the past? Now, you want to destroy the Han family because they can't cure the Crown Prince's illness. Repaying kindness with enmity to this extent is already the worst of the worst. Why be so hypocritical? Han Yunqi didn't get too close, but the Empress Dowager pulled her to sit next to her. She looked left and right with delight as she sighed with emotion. TSK, 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 look at how fresh she looks. How is such a beautiful person ugly? Which evil creature said she was ugly? If they find out, I won't let them off easily. When we met when you were young, there seems to be a scar here, right? The Empress asked thoughtfully. Is that so? How come I don't remember? Moreover, a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Her mother was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Otherwise, would I have betrothed her to our Duke of Qin before she was even born? The Empress Dowager said seriously. The Empress tactfully shut her mouth. The Empress Dowager looked towards Long Fei Yi. Duke of Qin, I didn't cheat you, did I? Why did I betroth such a beauty to you? I heard you didn't kick the sedan chair door yesterday. Is that true? Han Yunqi suddenly realized that Long Fei you seemed to be in trouble after visiting the palace. Chapter 18. Faced with the Empress Dowager's questioning, Han Yunqi thought that Long Fei you would be troubled, but who knew that he would casually reply, I was too busy yesterday and couldn't get away. It's fine as long as the bride has entered the door. Such a simple explanation. Too busy, was this an explanation? Han Yunqi clearly felt the Empress Dowager's hand stiffen slightly, and the surrounding people immediately quieted down. Han Yunqi thought that a storm was about to descend, but who knew that the Empress Dowager would be silent for a moment, and then she only cast a displeased glance at Long Fei Yi and reproached, I know you're busy, but don't neglect the bride. Long Fei Ye's expression was the same as before, cold and aloof, and imposing without being angry. The Empress Dowager patted Han Yunqi's hand and said, In the future, if he neglects you again, don't hesitate to come to the palace to complain. Muhu will uphold justice for you, understand? Han Yunqi obediently nodded, but her heart was shocked. It was said that even the emperor had to yield to the Duke of Qin. She didn't expect that the Empress Dowager would yield to him like this. This man was too honorable. At this time, the old mama presented a red handkerchief. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager, this is a red handkerchief. Please take a look. The atmosphere that had eased a lot became tense again because of the words red handkerchief. Countless eyes gathered, waiting for the Empress Dowager to lift the red handkerchief. To be exact, they were waiting to see Han Yunqi make a fool of herself. So what if Han Yunqi was a beauty? She was forced to marry the Duke of Qin by the Empress Dowager, and it was the emperor who forced the Duke of Qin to marry her. The Duke of Qin bringing the bride to pay respects this morning was already giving the emperor and Empress Dowager a lot of face. Most likely, Han Yunqi didn't even get to sleep on the bed last night during the wedding night. The people sitting in the front deliberately leaned forward, and the people in the back simply stood up. They were all waiting to rejoice in her misfortune. Some people even made bets in low voices. Would Han Yunqi admit that she wasn't a virgin, or would she admit in public that the Duke of Qin didn't favor her? Thinking about the good show that was about to unfold, everyone was extremely excited. The Empress Dowager was not in a hurry to check the white handkerchief. She affectionately held Han Yunqi's hand and said in a low voice, You're still shy. You'll be an adult in the future. You have to work harder to have children for the Prince of Qin. That's right. That's the most important thing. Imperial concubine Yin. I don't think there is any need to investigate. Our mansion is as clean as ice and as clean as jade. It can't be wrong. Imperial concubine Yin, who had always been bold, said, The Han family is a great world. Their upbringing is strict. Nothing will happen to them. That's right, that's right. Look at how bashful the bride is. I think we should remove the red handkerchief. How could His Highness Duke of Qin be wrong? Several concubines persuaded one after another. They seemed to be kind, but their words were full of hidden needles. They held Han Yunqi high and waited for her to fall to her death. Han Yunqi lowered her head and looked down, thinking that the women in the imperial harem were really boring. The Empress Dowager looked around and said with a smile, Needless to say, I know there is a red handkerchief. This inspection is an ancestral management. It can't be avoided. She smiled very lovingly and happily. She casually picked up the red handkerchief in front of everyone. For a moment, all eyes were focused on it. Red. A touch of bright red. Ah! Someone below screamed. Suddenly, the whole place was in an uproar. No one could control their shock. How could it be? Did the Prince of Qin sleep with this woman last night? He was the most honorable Prince of Qin. He was the Prince of Qin who had never been close to women. He was a man who was like a god in everyone's mind. Han Yunqi was nothing. Those concubines who had spoken just now were speechless. They couldn't believe it and felt like slapping their own mouths. Today, They were waiting to see Han Yunshi make a fool of herself. They were waiting to see how the Empress Dowager would deal with the Han family. The Han family, which was a medical family, had been unable to cure the Crown Prince's illness for many years. The Empress Dowager had long forgotten the kindness of the past and was ready to destroy the Han family. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi really became the Prince of Qin's woman. Chapter 19. The Empress Dowager's hand froze in midair with the red handkerchief in her hand. Her other hand was still holding Han Yunshi's hand, but it was frighteningly cold. This time, it was Han Yunshi's turn to rejoice in her misfortune. Han Yunshi looked at the red handkerchief and felt joy in her heart. She secretly glanced at Long Fei. At this time, Long Fei's deep gaze also happened to look at her. She didn't know why, but Han Yunshi's heart inexplicably froze. She immediately withdrew her gaze, but her ears actually felt a bit hot. In the silence of the room, Long Fei stood up. Muhu, Aken still has an urgent matter and will leave first. I'll come visit another day. The greetings and inspection of the red handkerchief were over, so of course he had to leave. It was already annoying to face one woman, let alone a group of women. Seeing him leave, Han Yunshi wanted to stand up, but the Empress Dowager didn't make a sound. She suddenly tightened her grip, the strength almost crushing her bones. So painful! Who knew that at this time Long Fei would turn around and look, his handsome brows slightly knitted. Han Yunshi, you're still not leaving? Woo-woo, she thought he was going to abandon her. It was too scary. Han Yunshi immediately used all her strength to break free from the Empress Dowager's hand. Muhu, we still have an urgent matter and will leave first. We'll come pay respects another day. As she spoke, she slipped to Long Fei's side, afraid that the Empress Dowager would drag her back. If she was left alone in this kind of place, it would be strange if she wasn't eaten until not even her bones were left. The Empress Dowager gently threw down the red handkerchief and piled on a kind smile. Then hurry and go. Don't delay. Long Fei, Yi didn't turn around. When Han Yunshi saw this, her courage grew. She treated the Empress Dowager's words as wind in one ear and ignored them. She eagerly followed behind Long Fei and walked out the door without looking back. Qin Wang was the most honorable. He was different. As Qin Wang Fei, no matter what, she couldn't lose face for him. Thinking of this, Han Yunshi's back straightened even more. She thought following this guy it was really great. Han Yunshi was happy. As soon as they walked far away, the Empress Dowager angrily swept the teacup to the floor. This Han Yunshi, good. Both rounds of greetings went smoothly and happily, leaving Han Yunshi in a good mood. Her impression of Long Fei had improved as well. The Empress Dowager's mouth. The Empress Dowager, you can tell me the prescription for the antidote, right? Prescription for the antidote? Immersed in her joy, Han Yunshi finally realized that today's smoothness and happiness had been nothing more than a business transaction. He'd helped her solve her problem, so she had to help him get rid of the remaining poison in his body. How is Dowager seeing the coldness in Long Fei's eyes? Han Yunshi silently sighed with emotion. As expected, one shouldn't be bewitched by a man's charms. Just 3 ingredients: violet summer, violet autumn, and violet winter. The more, the better. After you find them, come find me to make them. Remember, you only have 10 days. After that, there's a chance the poison will act up, Han Yunshi said frankly. Long Fei only nodded before backing out of the carriage. Wasn't he coming back with her? Hey! Han Yunshi chased after him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Only the driver was there. Han Yunshi shrugged her shoulders and told the driver, "Let's go back." Han Yunshi reclined lazily in the carriage, watching the bustling streets of the capital city through the half-closed window. She was thinking that since Long Fei had already acknowledged her, she shouldn't be too sad at the Duke of Qin's estate. As long as Grand Concubine, he didn't get hold of any evidence against her, she couldn't do anything to her. It'd be best if she could live in peace. As long as they didn't cause her any trouble, she was happy to be a Wangfei in name only. She definitely wouldn't cause them any trouble. She had her own things to do, too. Her research on traditional Chinese medicine antidotes had been restricted in modern times. Many of the prescriptions and medicinal herbs had already gone extinct. In ancient times, there were plenty of good things for her to research and expand her detox system's reserves. Han Yunqi was an optimistic person by nature. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that life was quite beautiful. Chapter 20. The carriage turned into an alley and soon stopped. The driver cried out in alarm. "Esteemed Wangfei, there's trouble. There's a person lying in front of us. I think we should take a detour." Han Yunqi lifted the curtains and saw a young man dressed in blue lying on the ground. She couldn't see his face, but he was trying his best to reach out a hand towards them as if asking for help. Her instincts and sensitivity as a doctor made her immediately jump off the carriage. As a doctor, she understood better than anyone else that life and death could be decided with a single thought. The driver wanted to stop her, but couldn't. "Esteemed Wangfei, mind your own business." "What if it's a bad guy?" The driver shouted. "Esteemed Wangfei, today's the second day of the wedding. Grand concubine, he must still be waiting for you. Why don't we?" Unfortunately, the driver was too late. As soon as the blue-robed man drew near, Han Yunqi's mind rang with alarms. There was poison and highly toxic at that. Han Yunqi immediately flipped the man over. She didn't expect him to be a handsome, clean, cultured, and refined gentleman. "Save, save!" The man's face was ghastly white, his lips turning purple. Before he could speak, his vision turned black and he fainted. The driver hurried over and was alarmed at the sight of the man. He blurted out, "Esteemed Wangfei, this is General Mu's young general, Mu Qingguo." Mu Qingguo? Han Yunqi knew this man. He was Tianing country's most valiant and battle-hardened young general and great General Mu's only successor. He was also the one who dared to speak his mind in court. He was both brave and astute, serious and calm, upright and plain-spoken. Legend had it that he'd led his father into battle 3 times and defeated Northern Li country 3 times. He was both feared and worshipped by Northern Li's generals as a god of war. How could such an outstanding man be poisoned and unconscious here? Han Yunqi couldn't care less. She immediately activated her detox system and tried to save him, but she quickly grew depressed. This man's poison was similar to Long Fei Ye's snake venom. Her detox system only had records of it, but no antidote. Han Yunqi despised her detox system to death. Could someone help her upgrade it? All right, I'm thinking too much. The detoxification system determined the location of the wound. It was in the abdomen. The poison was very deep and had to be treated immediately. The longer it was delayed, the harder it would be to completely detoxify the poison. Han Yunqi didn't think too much about it as she tore off Mu Qingwu's clothes. When the coachman saw this, he was shocked. "Esteemed Wangfei, you, what are you doing?" "Shut up. Turn around and guard. Don't let anyone come near," Han Yunqi said coldly. Her phoenix eyes flashed with ferocity, and she didn't allow anyone to disobey her. After peeling off Mu Qingwu's shirt, Han Yunqi did not find any wound on his abdomen. However, the detoxification system's scan would not be wrong. Han Yunqi scanned it again, but it was still on the abdomen. She examined it carefully while pressing her abdomen. Soon she was shocked. It was actually a poisonous needle that had been shot very deep into her abdomen. It was very likely that it had touched her internal organs. To be able to use poison needles like this, not only was he a ruthless person, but he must also be a poison expert. It seemed like Mu Qinggu had been plotted against. Once the poison seeped into the internal organs, it would spread throughout the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. At first, the person would only have a high fever, but no illness could be found. When the 5 viscera and 6 bowels began to fester, even the gods in the heavens would be powerless to reverse the situation. She had to quickly remove the poison needle before the poison seeped into the internal organs. Han Yunqi's technique was strange as she pressed on Mu Qingwu's abdomen several times, but it didn't seem to have any effect. She made a prompt decision and took out a small dagger. After finding the right position, she pressed the blade against Mu Qingwu's abdomen. But who would have thought that, at this time, a group of soldiers would rush in from the alley and surround them? The leader was Mu Qingwu's personal bodyguard, Li Changfeng. When he saw the dagger in Han Yunqi's hand, he rushed over and kicked her aside without any explanation. "You dare to murder the young general. Men, capture her." Chapter 21. Murder the young general? Wait, which eye of yours saw me murder your young general? Han Yunqi angrily questioned. Could it be that the bad habit of helping people out of kindness also existed in ancient times? Li Changfeng picked up the dagger on the ground with his foot and grabbed it in his hand. He coldly said, "All of our eyes saw it. Woman, no matter who sent you, prepare to die." The carriage driver, who was already being escorted, was anxious. He wanted to say his identity, but felt that it was inappropriate. He quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We just passed by here and saw the young general lying here. My master kindly saved him. He didn't have any evil intentions. The real murderer has already escaped." Li Changfeng raised his eyebrows and scrutinized Han Yunqi. He coldly snorted. "You kindly saved him. Why did you use a dagger? Who are you trying to fool? Someone come. Arrest this woman." "I used a dagger to save him. He was poisoned by a needle very deeply. If you don't remove it in time, the consequences are not something that a bodyguard like you can bear." Han Yunqi's tone was serious, intimidating everyone present. Li Changfeng inexplicably hesitated. For hours ago, the young general chased a spy all the way to the vicinity and then disappeared. No one knew what happened. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Li Changfeng didn't dare to take the risk. He really couldn't bear the consequences. Enough nonsense. Someone come. Escort her back to the general's estate. If there's any misunderstanding, tell it to the Grand General. Li Changfeng picked up Mu Qingwu and hurriedly left. "You'll regret it," Han Yunqi shouted. "That damn thing." Mu Qingwu was poisoned and he still dared to touch him. This would only accelerate the spread of the poison in his internal organs. She would go to the general's estate. She wasn't afraid of them. She didn't do anything wrong and was magnanimous. Could it be that the dignified general's estate could beat her into a confession? However, when she arrived at the general's estate, Han Yunqi found that she had overestimated the Mu family. The Mu family were all soldiers. They were all rude and unreasonable people who didn't use words. Mu Qingwu was sent back to his room, and the imperial physician, who had rushed over hurriedly, followed him in. Han Yunqi and the coachman were thrown to the center of the hall. General Mu had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a big beard. He raised his eyebrows and glared fiercely at Han Yunqi. He held a long whip in his hand and pointed it at Han Yunqi. "Speak, who sent you here? Who sent her? Did she look like an assassin or a spy?" He was brought to the general's mansion without any resistance. This group of idiots, Mu Qingwu, will be killed by them sooner or later. Han Yunqi was magnanimous and extraordinary. "I'll say this for the last time. I was just passing by and wanted to save someone. Young general has been poisoned and his situation is very critical. If I don't save him in time, the consequences will be unimaginable." What a joke. This general has seen many women like you. You dare to quibble with the evidence and witnesses? As General Mu spoke, he walked step by step towards Han Yunqi with the whip in his hand. He swung the whip in the air a few times, making the surrounding people tremble with fear. Han Yunqi's eyes were only firm and serious. She was unyielding and fearless. Her cold gaze looked straight into General Mu's eyes. General Mu had seen countless people, but this was the first time he had seen such a bold woman. But so what? This general will see if you can still quibble. As he spoke, He suddenly swung the whip at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't dodge, because she knew she couldn't. She took the full brunt of the whip, the skin on her arm splitting open. But she didn't even knit her brows as she stared straight at General Mu. "You'll regret this," she said word by word. "This general will make you regret it first." As General Mu spoke, he swung the whip again. At this time, Li Changfeng sent Imperial Physician Gu out. This Imperial Physician Gu Beiwe was very young. He was only in his early 20s, but he was the chief Imperial Physician of the Imperial Physician Court. He didn't wear the complicated official robes of the Imperial Physician Court, but wore a clean and simple white robe. He was cultured and refined, and his quiet face gave people a warm feeling, even if he didn't smile. Although he was called a physician, he looked more like a scholar. General Mu fiercely glared at Han Yunqi and hurriedly walked towards Gu Beiwe. He was also very rude. "Hurry up and tell me, how is my son?" "He has a high fever and is unconscious. We still have to observe him for 2 more days," Gu Beiwe said with a slight frown, as if he was hesitating. "Then what is going on? Why is he unconscious all of a sudden? Tell me." General Mu's roar was deafening, as if he wanted to eat Gu Beiwe alive. Although General Mu held military power and was in a high position, Gu Beiwe was a second-rank official. He was the emperor's personal imperial physician. No matter what, General Mu couldn't yell at him like this. Gu Beiwe was clearly somewhat helpless, but he didn't argue. He was still very serious. There is no injury, no pain, and the pulse is also very normal. I am also puzzled, so I have to observe him for 2 more days to confirm. Gu Beiwe was the chief imperial physician. Since he said so, there was no need to invite other imperial physicians. General Mu was annoyed and said unhappily, "Someone come arrange for Imperial Physician Gu to stay in the guest room. He will be staying here for the next 2 days." At this time, Han Yunqi laughed loudly. "What a joke! What a joke! The Grand Chief Imperial Physician can't even feel the pulse of a poisoned patient. After 2 more days of observation, I guarantee that you will be able to help collect Mu Qingwu's corpse." When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Han Yunqi. What did this woman say? Gu Beiwe also looked over. Only then did he notice Han Yunqi's presence. He also suspected that he had been poisoned, but he didn't say anything because he wasn't sure. You dare to curse my son." General Mu's temper was very bad. He rushed over and waved his whip, wanting to hit her. At this time, the driver on the side finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Great General, you can't hit her, you can't hit her. This is Qin Wangfei." "Ah, Qin Wangfei?" General Mu's whip froze in midair. Everyone in the room was shocked. How could this be? "What did you say?" General Mu roared at the driver. "Great General, this is Qin Wangfei. This morning, she followed His Highness Duke of Qin to the palace to pay respects. We met young General on the way back. Esteemed Wangfei definitely didn't harm young General. Great General, please investigate," the driver said, afraid that they wouldn't believe him. He quickly showed the Duke of Qin's Manor's door plate. Esteemed Wangfei had been hit. How could he explain this when he returned? When everyone saw the Duke of Qin's Manor's door plate, they couldn't help but believe it. Then they looked at the wound on Han Yunqi's arm, and their expressions became complicated. This woman was the Han family's trash, the one who kicked the sedan door and entered the Duke's manor. Qin Wangfei Han Yunqi? Han Yunqi originally didn't want to reveal her identity. The status of Wangfei gave her many privileges, but it also gave her many restrictions. Especially since she wasn't recognized as a Wangfei, it was better to keep a low profile. Since the driver had revealed her identity, Han Yunqi thought that this group of people should restrain themselves, right? But who knew that General Mu's whip, which had been suspended in midair, would suddenly lash down? Although it didn't hit Han Yunqi this time, it still gave her quite a scare. So what if you're Qin Wangfei? Premeditated murder of the young general is still a capital offense. Speak, who sent you here? General Mu's brows furrowed in anger, his large face turning red like a fiend. She dared to hurt his precious son, not to mention Qin Wangfei. Even if the Duke of Qin came, he would still be in the right. Moreover, this woman wasn't liked by the Duke of Qin. Even on the wedding day, the Duke of Qin didn't appear. She was just a figurehead, an empty title. Who would be afraid of her? Han Yunqi was very surprised and helpless, but she couldn't care less. She met General Mu's angry gaze and coldly said, "I don't want to waste words with you. I'll say it one last time. Your son has been poisoned. If you don't treat the poison now, I guarantee that after 2 hours, even the gods won't be able to save him." Ha ha ha! General Mu laughed loudly. Listen to her? Did you all hear what she said? The Han family's good-for-nothing also knows how to treat illnesses. Did the sun rise from the west? General Mu smiled and glanced at Gu Beiwe. Imperial physician Gu, did you hear that? Her diagnosis is completely different from yours. A good-for-nothing, a chief imperial physician. Who do you want me to listen to? These words were full of sarcasm, causing everyone in the room to burst into laughter. Gu Beiwe looked at Han Yunqi, but didn't laugh. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Very quickly, General Mu's laughter stopped. Guards, take this woman away. When the young general wakes up, send her to the Supreme Court for punishment. Han Yunqi couldn't bear it any longer. She turned her head and glared at the guards, causing them to step back. Arguing with this group of people was simply wasting Mu Qingwu's life. She glared fiercely at General Mu, then simply sat down at the side and said coldly, Imperial Physician Gu, go and check the Xianling and Mingyu acupoints 2 inches above the young general's navel. Use a silver needle to test for poison. Whether I'm lying or not, we'll know very soon. Just as Han Yunqi finished speaking, a mocking laughter suddenly came from outside the door. What Xianling and Mingyu acupoints? I've never heard of them. Han Yunqi, you should at least prepare a script for your lies. A woman wearing a light yellow dress walked in. She was beautiful and her eyes were arrogant. This woman was the woman who had knocked down Han Yunqi's red veil that day, the eldest daughter of the Grand General's estate, Mu Luiwe. Like countless women in the capital, she firmly believed that no one in this world was worthy of the Duke of Qin. She didn't have extravagant hopes of marrying, but she also wouldn't allow other women to marry. Han Yunqi, this good-for-nothing, not only snatched the Duke of Qin away, she actually plotted to murder her older brother. She definitely wouldn't let her off. The moment Mu Luiwe walked in, she pulled on General Mu's hand and looked provocatively at Han Yunqi as she said, Father, why aren't you hurrying to send her to the Supreme Court? Everyone saw that she wanted to kill my older brother with a knife. Why are you wasting your breath on her? What does a good-for-nothing know about medicine? Han Yunqi didn't remember offending this eldest daughter. So why did she feel such deep hostility? She felt a headache coming on as she silently calculated the time. Mu Qingwu's poison was about to seep into his internal organs. General Mu naturally didn't believe Han Yunqi and shouted at the guards at the side, Are you all good-for-nothings? Why aren't you taking her away yet? But at this time, Gu Beiwe suddenly said, Wait. Gu Beiwe knew about the Xianling and Mingyu acupoints. These 2 acupoints weren't normal acupoints. Father actually yelled at her like this? Since she was young. When had Father ever been angry at her? This time, he was actually fierce to her. Mu Luiwe was furious. She fiercely swung her hand and ran out. Han Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. She focused and found a new position. She warmed the dagger over the fire and then carefully cut. Her detoxification system was mostly filled with medicinal herbs, silver needles, medical cotton, and so on. There were no tools for Western surgery. The conditions for cutting were a bit simple, but she had to make do with it because she was in a hurry to save someone. The longer she delayed, the greater the danger. Poison was much more troublesome than ordinary poison. The deeper the poison was, the harder it was to remove. The flat and strong abdomen was cut open and blood immediately gushed out. General Mu was frightened and could not help but exclaim, "Han Yunchi, you!" Unfortunately, the focused Han Yunchi ignored him. His son's life was in Han Yunchi's hands. At this moment, no matter how irritable General Mu was, he did not dare to do anything. He could only ask Gu Beiwe in a low voice, "This is a cesarean. Will it work?" Actually, Gu Beiwe was not confident in his heart. However, looking at Han Yunchi's focused and serious expression, he could not help but think of Han Yunchi's birth mother, Madame Tianxin. The mother and daughter were so similar when they practiced medicine. He was 4 years older than Han Yunchi. When he was 4 years old, he had attended a consultation with his father and was fortunate enough to meet Madame Tianxin once. In fact, it could be considered that he had met Han Yunchi before. However, at that time, Han Yunchi was still in her mother's womb. Thinking of this, Gu Beiyue's lips curved into a warm smile. "Shu, don't disturb her." Very quickly, Han Yunchi carefully took out a black silver needle from the wound. Seeing this, General Mu was in disbelief. Gu Beiyue's eyes had an additional look of approval. Very quickly, Han Yunchi took out a second black silver needle. The movement of lifting her hand affected the whip wound on her arm, causing it to bleed again. However, she was completely unaware of it. All her thoughts were on the patient. Gu Beiwe made a prompt decision. He took out the medicine and cotton and bent down. The moment the cotton came into contact with the wound, Han Yunchi looked over. "Don't disturb." "I promise I won't disturb you. Trust me." Gu Beiwe gently interrupted her. Han Yunchi wanted to reject him, but when she met Gu Beiyue's warm eyes, her heart was inexplicably stunned. She did not expect that there would be such clean and clear eyes in this world. They were purer than a baby's. She could not help but wonder what kind of person this man was. Damn it. Han Yunchi realized that her mind had wandered off. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. "Let go. You're already disturbing me." Unexpectedly, not only did Gu Beiwe not let go, but his other hand pulled her head closer and made her look at Mu Qinggu. "Continue." "I said I won't, so I won't." Han Yunchi was too lazy to argue. She thought that she would push him away as soon as he got in her way. However, who knew that something magical would happen? Even though her arm kept moving, Gu Beiwe could move with it. As he followed, he gently wiped the wound and applied medicine. His movements were not only nimble, but also very meticulous and gentle. The most important thing was that he did not hinder her use of her hand. Although Han Yunchi was expressionless, she admired him in her heart. It seemed that he was not fishing for fame. This technique was not something that ordinary people could practice. Leaving her arm in Gu Beiyue's hands, Han Yunchi was so engrossed in her work that she didn't even notice when he finished bandaging her wound. After removing the poison needle, Han Yunchi did not immediately sew up the wound. Instead, she immediately searched for acupuncture points to force out the poison. When Gu Beiwe saw Han Yunchi's ability to search for acupuncture points, he was immediately attracted and gradually became infatuated. Not to mention Han Yunchi's beautiful acupuncture technique. He did not even understand some of the acupuncture points that she inserted the needle into. He had no idea what those acupuncture points were. Soon the wound was filled with silver needles by Han Yunchi. Outsiders would only think that it was a dense pile of needles, but insiders would know that there was a lot of knowledge behind this acupuncture technique. As the number of silver needles increased, more and more black poisonous blood flowed out. Even after wetting 3 large pieces of white cloth, there was no sign of the poisonous blood flowing out. Han Yunchi put away the silver needles and took out some herbs to insert into the wound. A steamed Wang Fei Isn't the poisoned blood still in the system? Gu Beiwe asked out of the blue. Actually, he hadn't seen enough of Han Yunqi's acupuncture skills yet. Han Yunqi ignored his question as usual and continued with her work. She did not have any tools to sew up the wound, so she could only use the great herbs. It was a good thing that the wound was not too deep. Layer after layer of herbs were inserted into the wound. There were anti-inflammatory, poison-suppressing, blood-stopping, and flesh-binding. Finally, a white gauze was wrapped around the wound. After taking care of the wound, Han Yunqi finally let out a sigh of relief. She wiped away the sweat on her forehead and then answered Gu Beiwe's question. If the blood continues to flow like this, even if he doesn't die from the poison, he will still die from blood loss. This is the most basic common sense, don't you understand? Gu Beiwe's face turned red, but then he smiled faintly and did not explain anything. He had been praised as a genius since he was young, but today he was washed away by a girl. Han Yunqi was even younger than him. How was she a waste? She was a true genius. General Mu was unhappy and asked coldly, "If you do this, what will happen to the poison in your body?" Fortunately, I made it in time, and it did not affect his internal organs. I used medicine to control it. He cannot bleed anymore. For the next few days, you must not let him move. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if it affects the wound. As Han Yunqi spoke, she wrote down a prescription and handed it to Gu Beiwe. "Can you get these herbs?" These herbs were not as rare as the ones written for the Qin Emperor. She remembered that the ancient books introduced these herbs as common herbs in ancient times. Sure enough, Gu Beiwe took a look and said, "Yes, I can. You can buy these herbs from the shops. The White Kasha Palace has them. Esteemed Wang Fei, please wait a moment. I'll have someone go get them." Han Yunqi's prescription was not for expelling the poison, but for neutralizing it. Mu Qinggu could no longer bleed, so he could only take medicine to neutralize the poison in his body. This method would take longer to take effect, but it was the only way. Han Yunqi would not wait here. If she did not return to the Duke of Qin's estate now, it would be hard to explain herself to Grand Concubine Yi. "I'm not waiting any more. Get the herbs and make a batch of 3 taels. Decoct the head and tail of the herbs once. Take it on an empty stomach in the morning and night. Take 10 batches in a row," Han Yunqi instructed seriously. The head imperial physician, Gu Beiwe, instantly turned into a little medicine boy. A faint smile rose on his lips without him noticing. But General Mu was not having it. He cried out in alarm, "Han Yunqi, what did you say? You're not waiting anymore?" Han Yunqi's ears were about to go deaf. She turned around and said patiently, "General Mu, the poison has already been neutralized. The remnants of the poison in his body won't affect him much. I promise you that the young general will wake up as soon as his fever completely subsides. The earliest is tomorrow morning, the latest by tomorrow night. This general doesn't care so much. In any case, you're still a suspect before Qinggu wakes up. You're not allowed to go anywhere." General Mu was both domineering and barbaric. Han Yunqi sucked in a cold breath. "General Mu, Grand Concubine Yi is waiting for me to go back and ask questions. Since you want me to stay, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to the Duke of Qin's estate to give Grand Concubine Yi a message and explain everything that happened today. I think Grand Concubine Yi will know whether I was trying to save him out of the goodness of my heart or murder him." Although Han Yunqi disliked Grand Concubine Yi very much, she didn't mind using the old woman to keep up appearances when necessary. She'd already saved Mu Qinggu and was certain that he'd wake up soon. If General Mu went to the Duke of Qin's estate and Mu Qinggu woke up, it'd be hard for him and Grand Concubine Yi to talk. Although she wasn't a favored daughter-in-law, Grand Concubine Yi had already said that she would represent the Duke of Qin's estate in the future. She couldn't lose face for them. Han Yunqi was certain that General Mu wouldn't be able to get anything out of it if things got to Grand Concubine Yi's ears. General Mu might be barbaric, but he wasn't brainless. He was very clear that Grand Concubine he was even harder to deal with than the Empress Dowager. He didn't have enough evidence in his hands right now, so he didn't have the upper hand. After some hesitation, General Mu said, "Forget it. I'll trust you this time." Han Yunshi exhaled before personally opening the door. But Mu Luiwe was looking at her with a face full of resentment. "My big brother woke up?" Mu Luiwe asked doubtfully. Han Yunshi didn't even want to look at a woman who pestered her endlessly. She was too lazy to speak, so she walked around Mu Luiwe and completely ignored her. "Han Yunshi, stop right there." Mu Luiwe was furious. Chapter 23. Mu Luiwe had been the treasure of the general manor since she was young. She was also good friends with Princess Chongping and was greatly doted on by the Empress and Empress Dowager. Although she was only a young miss, she was called the second Princess Chongping in the capital. Even the imperial concubines in the palace gave in to her. Han Yunshi, what kind of thing was she? She was only a Qin Wangfei in name and couldn't even compare to a servant girl in the Duke of Qin's manor. Did she really think she was someone important? Did she really think she could stop just because she was told to? Han Yunshi turned a deaf ear. Mu Luiwe was angry. She quickly chased after Han Yunshi and grabbed her. She didn't know if she did it on purpose or not, but her long fingernails pierced into Han Yunshi's flesh. It was very painful. "You woke up my older brother?" Mu Luiwe arrogantly asked. General Mu came out and saw the situation. He coldly said, "Luiwe, let her go. Your older brother will wake up soon." "So you're saying he hasn't woken up yet?" Mu Luiwe was in disbelief. "Father, do you really believe her?" Han Yunshi was in pain from being pulled. She glanced over with a pair of frightening phoenix eyes. "Let go." "No, before my older brother wakes up, she can't leave." Mu Luiwe refused to let go. Who would have thought that Han Yunshi would reach out and pinch the acupuncture point on her wrist, immediately making her hand weak. Han Yunshi angrily flung her hand away and coldly said, "You don't have the qualifications to restrict this Wangfei's freedom." After saying this, she left without looking back. Mu Luiwe was thrown to the ground. She angrily climbed up to chase after her, but General Mu stopped her. Enough! She wouldn't dare to lie. Mu Luiwe was unwilling to accept this. She was unwilling to let Han Yunshi leave before her brother woke up. She was even more unwilling to accept Han Yunshi's attitude as Qin Wangfei. She chased after her and shouted, "Han Yunshi, I'm warning you. If my brother doesn't wake up, I definitely won't let you off. Princess Chongping won't let you off either." Princess Chongping. This princess was the apple of the Empress and Empress Dowager's eyes. Her temper was 100 times more spoiled than Mu Luiwe's. Since she was young, she stuck to Mu Qingwu every day. In a sense, she could be considered as Mu Qingwu's childhood sweetheart. Everyone inside and outside the imperial family knew that she would only marry Mu Qingwu. It was a pity that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had different opinions on her marriage, so she had not been married yet. If she found out that something had happened to Mu Qingwu, heaven knows what would happen. Han Yunshi naturally heard Mu Luiwe's warning, but she didn't take it to heart. She didn't care about Princess Chongping or Princess Chongping. She'd never failed in her medical career. Moreover, the detox system wouldn't make a mistake. Just then, she'd checked Mu Qingwu's body again and confirmed that the poison in his body had dropped to the point where it wouldn't affect his health. Moreover, his body temperature had started to drop, so he should wake up soon. As long as Mu Qingwu woke up, she could prove that she didn't intend to kill him. Even the Emperor of Heaven wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Walking out of the general's estate, Han Yunshi exhaled a long breath. At last, she'd taken care of this troublesome issue. On the way back, Han Yunshi took care of the whip wound again. She bandaged it a little smaller and used a handkerchief to cover the gash on her arm. She was supposed to see Grand Concubine Yi and tell her about the situation in the palace. But as soon as she reached the gates, She was told that Grand Concubine had gone to a courtyard in the western suburbs to stay for a few days before coming back. Could it be that she disliked the fact that Morong Wanru had dirted the room? Thinking up to here, Han Yunchi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Perfect. Without Grand Concubine at the estate, her days would be better. A new broom, sweeps clean. A new mother-in-law was even harder to deal with than a new official. Han Yunchi admitted that she wasn't a good daughter-in-law and wished that the old woman would never come back. Morong Wanru happened to see Han Yunchi laughing as soon as she stepped out the door. She was so angry that she almost exploded. After this woman and the Duke of Qin left, Grand Concubine left in a hurry as well. Before she left, she told the steward to change out everything in the room and redecorate it. Just how much did she dislike her? She sat in a pool of urine and feces, yelling until her throat was hoarse, but no one came to help her. In the end, she slipped out of the room with her tail between her legs and ran all the way back to her room. Everyone in the Duke of Qin's estate knew about her public diarrhea. Although they didn't dare to laugh in her face, Morong Wanru knew that the entire estate must be laughing up their sleeves. So angry, so angry. Morong Wanru wanted to cry as soon as she thought of it, but when she saw Han Yunchi, she was even angrier. How could she have known that Han Yunchi's poison skills were so good? She thought that she must have mixed up the wrong medicine. In any case, it was all because of this woman. Seeing Han Yunchi look over, Morong Wanru hid her temper. Mu Fei went to the side courtyard to recuperate. It'll be a few days before she comes back. If sister-in-law misses Mu Fei, I can take you there any time. Also, if sister-in-law wants to eat anything in the future, you can tell me. I'll tell the kitchens to make it. Why would she need her to take her there? If she wanted to eat, wouldn't she tell them herself? Han Yunchi put on a false smile. Why did this woman always act like she was the master of the house every time she spoke to her? She made it seem like her new daughter-in-law was a guest. Morong Wanru walked down. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? Her possessive tone made it seem like Long Fei Yi belonged to her and had nothing to do with Han Yunchi. He didn't come back with me. I don't know where he went. Facing someone she didn't like, Han Yunchi didn't want to say anything more and strode toward the main courtyard. Morong Wanru quickly followed and affectionately took Han Yunchi's hand. Sister-in-law, last night my brother, and you really... Han Yunchi stopped and shook off her hand. Raising her eyebrows, she asked, Really? Fake? You have a problem with that? Morong Wanru looked shocked and hurriedly pulled Han Yunchi's hand to ask, Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Did you misunderstand something about me? Although my brother didn't marry you willingly, you're still a part of his family. I know my brother's personality best. I'm asking because I'm concerned about you. If he neglected you, tell me, and I'll make the decision for you. Pretending. She could pretend like this when no one was around. She really was a white lotus. I'm just joking. Why are you so nervous? Han Yunchi asked jokingly. Sister-in-law, you can't make this kind of joke casually. You scared me. I can't be happier for you two. I'm just looking forward to you giving birth to a chubby little boy for my brother soon. Morong Wanru hurriedly explained. Is that so? Ha. I'm also looking forward to you quickly finding a good husband and getting married and having children. Since you're so concerned about me, I'll also worry about your marriage for you. Han Yunchi smiled and hit Morong Wanru's Achilles heel with one sentence. Seeing the stiffness in Morong Wanru's eyes, she was in a good mood. Don't worry. When your brother comes back, I'll discuss it with him. An older brother was like a father. Long Fei, you really did have this power. Sister-in-law, I'm actually... Morong Wanru was about to explain when Han Yunchi stopped her. All right, I'm tired. You can go about your business. They were already quite a distance away when she turned back to add, Miss Morong, last night it was real. Don't worry. Morong Wanru abruptly stopped and finally couldn't hold back. Her delicate and pitiful little face became ferocious and terrifying. She clenched her fists tightly and said coldly, "Han Yunchi, there will be a day when you'll be chased out of the Duke of Qin's gates." Han Yunchi originally thought that Long Fei Yi had gone to look for medicine and wouldn't be back for a few days, but who knew that at night she had just comfortably soaked in a hot spring and was about to bathe when Long Fei Yi came in. "Ah, wait a minute." Han Yunchi's lion's roar didn't stop Long Fei Ye's footsteps. She only saw him appear out of thin air by the hot spring pool. He was also dressed in black, which set off his perfect and refined body. He was like a mysterious cheetah in the night, grave, dignified, and filled with an inviolable, domineering aura. Compared to him, Han Yunchi's beauty coming out of the bath could be directly ignored. Han Yunchi was stunned. Her entire body sank down in an instant, and only her head was exposed. She was anxious and angry. "Long Fei Yi, what do you mean? You get out." Although Han Yunchi was already married to this person, her heart hadn't married yet. There were differences between men and women. Didn't this man understand? Moreover, he didn't intend to take responsibility for her as his wife. In any case, he was still a man. Couldn't he be a bit gentlemanly and avoid taboo? Han Yunchi was so nervous that she was about to die. However, she quickly realized that her nervousness was just wishful thinking. Not only did Long Fei Yi not want to take advantage of her, he didn't even involve himself in this matter. He was indifferent and cold. "I have a portion of poison here. Help me concoct the antidote immediately. I need it urgently," he said. It was obvious that he had taken advantage of her objectively. From his cold attitude, Han Yunchi suddenly felt that she was measuring the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. It was clearly Long Fei Ye's fault, okay? Han Yunchi finally calmed down. She coughed a few times and said indifferently, "Let's talk about it after I go up. Can you go out first?" Long Fei Yi was expressionless. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Han Yunchi heaved a sigh of relief. However, who knew that Long Fei Yi would suddenly turn around again? Han Yunchi reflexively sank into the water. Even her head was submerged. Seeing this, Long Fei remained unperturbed, but a trace of doubt finally appeared in his eyes. Wasn't this woman supposed to have a lot of guts? Was she scared just like that? "Han Yunchi," he called out. Han Yunchi came out of the water. She splashed water on her face and shouted, "Are you leaving or not?" Long Fei Yi was slightly stunned. No one in this world dared to shout at him like that. This woman was the first. He didn't leave. He stood by the pool with his hands behind his back. "Aren't you the Han family's trash? Where did you learn how to detoxify?" Long Fei Yi had ordered people to investigate this woman last night. Unfortunately, the results of the investigation were the same as the rumors outside. She was the most useless person in the Han family's history. Moreover, the Han family's medical geniuses weren't good at detoxification. "Can you let me go up first before you ask?" Han Yunchi suppressed her temper and asked word by word. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi said, "No." "All right." Han Yunchi realized that this guy was suspecting her. He was threatening her now. If she didn't say anything, he probably wouldn't let her go up. She pretended to be helpless and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "My father thinks that I killed my mother, so he has always hated me. Seeing me is like seeing an enemy. Plus, I'm ugly, so he despises me even more." Han Yunchi lowered her head, sadly. "Actually, I'm not useless. It's just that they didn't teach me. When I was young, I secretly found the medical book my mother left behind. I secretly studied it and only recently learned it. The tumor on my face was actually a poison, but I managed to detoxify it. I was afraid that my father would find out that I stole my mother's medical book. I was even more afraid that he wouldn't let me learn medicine. So I kept it a secret from him." Long Fei Yi was skeptical. Just as he was about to continue asking, Han Yunchi added, I've already burned the medical book because I learned it all. After she finished speaking, her clear eyes met Long Fei Ye's gaze. She pushed everything to the dead Madame Tianqin. Even if Long Fei Yi didn't believe her, he wouldn't be able to find any clues. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. His cold gaze seemed to see through her. Chapter 24. Long Fei Ye's questioning gaze was rather frightening. However, Han Yunqi's mental fortitude was still rather strong. She was very confident and wasn't afraid. After staring for a while, seeing that Han Yunqi's gaze was calm, Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions and turned around to leave. After confirming that the fellow had really left, Han Yunqi hurriedly stood up. She was puzzled. This fellow couldn't have found the 3 medicines so quickly, right? What kind of poison did he want her to make the antidote for? Han Yunqi, who had just come out of the bath, was like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She was elegant and refined, and compared to her usual self, she had a bit more of an otherworldly feeling, especially her pair of large eyes. They were as clear and bright as the ice lake in the snowy highlands. Long Fei looked at her as he walked towards her, his eyes darkening. Walking into the study, he took out a piece of white cloth stained with blood. "There's poison in this blood. Take a look." The detoxification system had already warned her that there was poison. Han Yunqi took it and sniffed it. She didn't smell anything. It didn't seem to be a common poison. "I can't smell this poison. Help me find a bowl of water." Han Yunqi said seriously. She didn't need water. She just wanted to send Long Fei Yi away. This fellow was very shrewd. He was already suspicious of her. If she put the blood sample into the detoxification system in front of him, it might not escape his eyes. That night when she helped him detoxify the poison, he was seriously injured and unconscious. Moreover, she also hid in the bedroom to get the needle and the antidote. Long Fei Yi didn't understand poison. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Han Yunqi was certain that he really left. Only then did she take out the golden needle and collect some blood from the white cloth and put it into the detoxification system for testing. This test revealed that this poison was a flower poison. Every flower would more or less contain poison. A small amount wouldn't cause poisoning, but a large amount would become a real poison. Long Fei Yi quickly returned and personally brought a bowl of water. Han Yunqi pretended to put the white cloth in the water. Then she used the golden needle to collect some blood and sniffed it. "This is a flower poison, rosemary," she said with certainty. "Make the antidote." "I want it now," Long Fei Yi ordered. His tone made Han Yunqi very unhappy. Did this guy think she was a medicine dispenser? She was calm and composed as she stretched out her hand gracefully. "All right, I'll give you 50 taels of silver first as the consultation fee." Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a touch of displeasure. He didn't move for a long time. This woman actually reached out and asked him for money? Meeting Long Fei Ye's disgusted gaze, Han Yunqi knew that she was being unscrupulous at this moment, but she was so poor. When she got married, her maternal family hadn't given her a single copper coin. Grand concubine Yi was in charge of the Duke of Qin's estate, while Morong Wanru helped with the finances. Even now, they still hadn't given her a monthly stipend. It was likely that they never would. Although she didn't need to spend money on food and lodging here, she still needed to buy clothes, give rewards to the servants, run errands outside, and buy ingredients for the detox system. All of these required money. Leaving aside everything else, just giving rewards to the servants was a huge expense. The servants of rich families were the most snobbish, talkative, and arrogant of all. If she wanted to live a more stable life, she had to deal with these people first and keep their mouths shut. Long Fei Yi didn't say much, but tossed a pouch of silver onto the table. Judging from the sound, it was more than 50 taels. Han Yunqi accepted it and took out 50 taels. Without hesitation, she pushed the rest of the money back. "Your Highness, I've already said that 50 taels is the consultation fee. It's something I deserve. You can take back the rest. She might be poor, but she wasn't a beggar. She still had to have some backbone. So speaking, she picked up her brush and began to write down the prescription for the antidote. Just like when she was administering the needles, her small face was serious and her eyes were focused. Her petite figure silently emanated an indescribable charm that made people want to draw closer. They wanted to enter her world and see what kind of woman she really was. The displeasure in Long Fei Ye's eyes gradually dissipated, to be replaced by a playful look. He silently put away the pouch. After she finished writing down the prescription, Han Yunqi presented it with both hands and asked curiously, "Your Highness, have you found the 3 ingredients yet?" "Not yet." Long Fei Yi gave her these 2 words without any further explanation. Han Yunqi was curious. This guy couldn't even take care of his own poison, so why would he care about other people? Just what kind of person had been poisoned by rosemary? Of course, Han Yunqi was just curious. She understood that curiosity killed the cat. She assumed that Long Fei Yi would leave as soon as he got the prescription, but he actually handed it over to Chu Shifeng and stayed behind himself. If it was anyone else, they'd be searching day and night for the antidote by now. This guy only had 10 days, but he didn't seem to value his life that much. Fine, if he stayed behind, then she'd have to sleep in the study again. But Long Fei Yi simply walked towards the hot springs without looking back. Cold, he ordered Han Yunqi get out. Please, it was already the middle of the night. Where did he want her to go? If he put down the curtains, this sleeping quarters could be divided into many rooms. She didn't even mind, so why should a man like him care? Han Yunqi chased after him and smiled apologetically. Your Highness, how do you plan to settle Qinxie down? Other concubines all had their own courtyards, but she was the empress of the palace, so she didn't even have a place to stay. I'll find the steward to make arrangements, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Steward? Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. Finding the steward to make arrangements was giving Murong Wanru a chance to mess with her. Murong Wanru helped Grand Concubine Yi take care of all the affairs at the Duke of Qin's estate. Only Long Fei Ye's hibiscus courtyard was independent. No one could manage it. If she left the hibiscus courtyard, she'd be in a lot of trouble. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi smiled again. Your Highness, you take the bedroom and I'll take the study. We won't interfere with each other, all right? Long Fei Yi stopped without turning around. His tone was as cold as ever. Your lordship isn't used to it. I'll leave immediately. For better or worse, she'd saved his life once. What a heartless man. Even if you're not used to it, I'm not used to it either. The room belonged to someone else, so Han Yunqi had no choice but to leave. She held the lantern as she strolled through the hibiscus courtyard. She'd been married for 2 days, but hadn't had time to take a good look around the courtyard. Very soon, Han Yunqi had a good grasp of the place. The courtyard wasn't small, but it only had a single sleeping quarters and a small, short loft. The loft seemed to be reserved for servants, but there were no servants in the hibiscus courtyard. After making sure there was no one around, Han Yunqi rejoiced and hung the lantern on the wall. From now on, this place was hers. The first floor could be turned into a study and guest hall, while the second floor was a bedroom. If this was the modern era, it'd be a single duplex. That night, Han Yunqi had long forgotten all about her unhappiness at the general's estate. She hugged the 50 taels of silver and pondered over how to decorate her little territory before she fell asleep. Early next morning, Long Fei Yi had long disappeared without a trace. Han Yunqi wanted to find someone to ask, but there was no one else in the hibiscus courtyard besides herself. First, it'd be best if they didn't meet. That way, they wouldn't hate each other. Very good. He'd live his life while she lived hers, free and unfettered. Han Yunqi went over to move her dowry to the loft. Even though they were all old things, they were still treasures when she had nothing. When Han Yunqi was tidying up the things, she found a light purple cloth bag. Looking at it carefully, she realized it was a self-made medicine box. Even though it was small, it had all the essentials. There were many small compartments sewn inside that could be used to store different types of medicinal herbs. There was also a needle case that could store different types of medical needles. The small cloth bag was brand new, with the word XIN embroidered on the bottom right corner of the back. Without a doubt, it was left behind by Madame Tianxin. This should be something that Madame Tianxin left for her. Thinking about how Madame Tianxin was pregnant and had great expectations for the child in her womb, Han Yunqi's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She felt bitter. After painstakingly carrying the child for 10 months, did Madame Tianxin ever think that she, a divine doctor, would die from dystocia? She couldn't even see her child once. She'd placed such high hopes on the child. But did she ever think that the child would be a good-for-nothing and suffer all sorts of humiliation in the Han family? Madame Tianxin, don't worry. The current Yunqi definitely won't disappoint you. Han Yunqi took out a set of acupuncture needles from her detox system, along with a few commonly used medicinal herbs, as well as medical cotton swabs, gauze, and other small items. She placed them all neatly into the small cloth bag. From now on, this would be her medical pouch. The detox system she carried on her person was an invisible space. She could put and take things out as she pleased. But if she did this in front of others, it'd be treated as magic in the modern world. In ancient times, it'd be considered witchcraft. Perfect! This small medical pouch could act as a cover for her. Han Yunqi slung the pouch over her shoulder. From now on, she'd carry it with her wherever she went. After tidying up her things, Han Yunqi went out to buy some necessities. She cleaned up her little room until it was clean and cozy. Originally, she thought she could have a good sleep, but trouble came knocking on her door as soon as she laid down. Mu Qinggu hadn't woken up, so General Mu had personally come to find her. Han Yunqi was extremely shocked. She couldn't believe it no matter what, so she hurried to the guest hall. By now, Murong Wanru had already arrived. She was sitting to the left of the host seat and talking with General Mu. Seeing her enter, General Mu grew angry. Han Yunqi, you liar! You said Qinggu would wake up, but he still hasn't. Moreover, he's running a high fever. You have to give me an explanation for this, or else I won't let you off. General Mu had asked Gu Beiwe to watch over him these past few days. When this kind of situation occurred, Gu Beiwe was also helpless. He couldn't identify the cause of the illness. Gu Beiwe suggested looking for Han Yunqi again, but General Mu didn't believe Han Yunqi anymore. He found several detoxification experts to examine Mu Qinggu, but the strange thing was that no one could diagnose what was wrong with him. Helpless, General Mu still had to look for Han Yunqi. In any case, he was going to blame Han Yunqi for this matter. Impossible. The poison in his body has already been detoxified. Han Yunqi's face was a bit pale. She absolutely didn't believe that she was mistaken. Murong Wanru also understood what was going on. She hurriedly stood up. Sister-in-law, when did you learn medical skills? How come I didn't know? Murong Wanru, why did she have to touch a sore spot? Han Yunqi was too lazy to pay attention to her. She said very seriously, General Mu, I can guarantee that the poison in his abdomen has already been detoxified. As for why he's unconscious and running a high fever, I didn't see anyone who couldn't diagnose it. I'll go with you. Humph, of course you'll go with me. Han Yunqi, I'm telling you, if Qinggu doesn't wake up, I'll take your life in exchange for his. General Mu's rage soared to the sky. Murong Wanru's face was full of terror. She hurriedly stepped forward to protect Han Yunqi behind her. She said angrily, General Mu, it's just that someone saw my sister-in-law use the knife and didn't wake him up. This doesn't prove anything. Although my sister-in-law doesn't know medical skills, I believe she absolutely wouldn't act recklessly. Sue, Murong White Lotus, can you shut up? Chapter 25. Murong Wanru's words infuriated General Mu, who laughed coldly. She really wouldn't mess around. Someone come, take Han Yunqi away. Han Yunqi was willing to go with him to begin with, so there was no need for anyone to take her. She was about to explain when Murong Wanru pulled her behind her and said sternly, General Mu, although Grand Concubine Yi and the Duke of Qin aren't here, this isn't a place for you to act as you please. These words were a reminder to General Mu that with the Duke of Qin's two Buddhas absent, General Mu could act as he pleased. General Mu personally stepped forward to pull Murong Wanru aside and grab Han Yunqi's hand. Han Yunqi took advantage of the situation to shake him off and said fiercely, Enough, I said I'd go with you. Let's go. What are you dawdling for? General Mu gave a start, but quickly recovered his wits. Then let's go. Before leaving, Han Yunqi gave Murong Wanru a meaningful look, but the latter actually chased her all the way to the gates. Sister-in-law, I don't know when Mu Fei and the Duke of Qin will come back, but don't worry. As soon as they do, I'll definitely tell on them for you. Hearing this, General Mu understood that no one could save Han Yunqi now. Han Yunqi, you have to take responsibility for this matter to the end. Han Yunqi didn't want to hear Murong Wanru's voice anymore. It hurt her ears. If she had the chance, the first thing she'd do was poison that White Lotus's mouth mute. Soon enough, they arrived at the general's estate. Han Yunqi was thinking the entire way, but she couldn't figure out where the problem lay. By the time they reached the general's estate, she was still certain she hadn't made a mistake. Inside the room, Mu Qingwu's face was flushed red, his lips unnaturally red. Han Yunqi could tell at a glance that his fever hadn't subsided. She sat by the bed to take his pulse, her delicate brows knitted in a stern frown that made it hard for anyone to approach. Gu Beiwei stood by the side, not daring to make a sound. After taking his pulse and checking his wound, Han Yunqi asked, Did you take the medicine according to my prescription? Esteemed princess consort, even the decoction was personally made by this lowly official, it can't be wrong. Gu Beiwei was very certain as he brought over the dregs of the decoction for Han Yunqi to examine. Han Yunqi glanced at it and knew that there was no problem. Moreover, the residual poison in Mu Qingwu's body had been dissolved a lot. Although there was still some remaining, it didn't affect him much. His wounds were not inflamed either, so he did not have a high fever or become delirious. Han Yunqi lowered her eyes and took his pulse again. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary, so how could this be? After a while, seeing that Han Yunqi didn't say anything, General Mu flew into a rage. Han Yunqi, say something! Han Yunqi shook her head honestly. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that the poison in the Major General's body has been almost completely dissolved. It's not because of the poison. I don't care, I want him to wake up now. Now. Immediately. General Mu was abnormally irritable. If he hadn't placed his hopes on Han Yunqi, he would probably have killed someone right now. But who knew that Han Yunqi would be even fiercer than him as she roared back, I can't diagnose you like this. Be quiet for me. General Mu was stunned, and then he clenched his fists. Fortunately, Gu Beiwei stopped him in time. Great General, don't be impatient. It's not too late to listen to what esteemed princess consort has to say. General Mu still trusted Gu Beiwei. He let out a sigh and then withdrew his fists and retreated to the side. Esteemed princess consort, if it's not because of the poison, then there must be another lesion? Gu Beiwei said seriously. As expected of the head of the Imperial Physician Court, he was very experienced. Han Yunqi looked at him and nodded with certainty. That's right, I can't confirm what the lesion is right now, but it should have been there a long time ago. A long time ago? Gu Beiwei nodded. This official's diagnosis is the same as esteemed princess consort's. Esteemed princess consort, this lesion must have been hidden for a long time. It could be because the Major General's body was too weak these 2 days and couldn't suppress it, so it broke out. Or it could have been triggered by the poison. When these words came out, Han Yunqi's eyes lit up and she became alert. She looked seriously at Gu Beiwe. Could it be that there's a second kind of poison in his body, a slow-acting poison? If it was any other lesion, with such a high fever, his pulse could be seen. Han Yunqi specialized in detoxification and wasn't strong in other aspects. But Gu Beiwe wasn't weak and couldn't see it. There was only one possibility. Mu Qingguo was infected with a slow-acting poison. It was hidden too deep and hadn't broken out for a long time, so the detoxification system couldn't detect it. Han Yunqi activated the detoxification system again, but there was still no prompt. It seemed that the poison hadn't broken out yet and hadn't reached the lowest sensitivity of the detoxification system. The poison was so low, but it could make the human body repeatedly high. If it really broke out, how terrible would it be? What kind of poison was this? She was secretly worried. Although she didn't know what kind of poison it was for the time being, she was sure that it was a slow-acting poison. She had been detoxifying poisons for so many years, but she had only encountered it once. In the face of this situation, the only way was to watch over the patient at all times. Once the poison was detected, she would immediately find the location and detoxify it. Otherwise, if the poison worsened, Han Yunqi couldn't predict what would happen. A slow-acting poison. Gu Beiwe looked thoughtfully at General Mu. A slow-acting poison was a very sensitive thing. This meant that someone had been poisoning Mu Qingguo for a long time, and it was very likely that it was someone next to him. General Mu's furious expression suddenly became dignified. Who dared to poison his precious son among the people around him? However, now wasn't the time to investigate the poisoning culprit. He anxiously asked, Han Yunqi, what should we do now? Wait. Han Yunqi was very decisive. We can only wait for the poison to break out to find a way to detoxify it. General Mu was half convinced and half doubtful. He looked at Gu Beiwe, but Gu Beiwe nodded. We'll listen to the Princess Consort. Wait. Han Yunqi estimated that the poison would break out within a day. But who would have thought that the next evening the detoxification system still couldn't detect any signs of poisoning? She used a silver needle to collect a blood sample, but it also didn't detect anything. Imperial physician Gu didn't dare to casually use medicine, so he could only use physical methods to reduce the fever. Fortunately, the fever was repeated. Otherwise, even if Mu Qingguo woke up, his brain would have been damaged by the fever. Finally, General Mu, who had been comforted by Gu Beiwe, exploded. He suddenly rushed to the bed, and his fist brushed past Han Yunqi's cheek, hitting the pillar. Han Yunqi, you lied to this general again. You were the one who poisoned my son. You're courting death. Han Yunqi was fearless, her expression serious. There's no doctor who can predict the exact time. I can only tell you that the poison will show up in 3 days at the very least. It definitely won't take more than 3 days. Pay. General Mu didn't believe her at all. If you don't believe me, you can find someone else, Han Yunqi coldly said. She was very clear that General Mu had asked her to come again because he couldn't find anyone else. General Mu, at least we've already figured out the illness. There's no harm in waiting for 1 or 2 more days, Gu Beiwe advised. General Mu had been taking deep breaths and seemed to be a little hesitant. But who knew that at this moment the door was suddenly kicked open. Mu Luiwe angrily stood at the door. Han Yunqi, get out here! You liar, murderer! You won't be able to escape today. It was this annoying girl again. Han Yunqi ignored her nonsense. Who knew that a spoiled and domineering voice would suddenly ring out? Han Yunqi, this princess orders you to come out immediately. If you dare to touch my Qingguo Gij again, this princess won't let you off easily. This was Princess Changping. Mu Qingguo's most devoted pursuer had actually come as well. It seemed like Mu Luiwe had gone to complain. Han Yunqi worriedly looked towards Gu Beiwe, thinking to herself, this is bad. The hesitant General Mu immediately walked out and respectfully bowed. This humble subject greets Princess Changping. I didn't know the princess would grace us with her presence and didn't go out to meet you. Please forgive me. General Mu, forget it. You really do have this princess in your eyes. Chingu Gij got into such a big trouble, and you didn't even tell me. Princess Chongping said unhappily. Under everyone's gazes, Chongping walked into the room step by step. Gu Beiwe stood up and respectfully bowed. Greetings to your highness. Princess Chongping arrogantly waved her hand, indicating that he could dispense with the formalities. Step by step, she walked towards Han Yunqi. However, Han Yunqi just sat there, not moving. Princess Chongping walked closer. As soon as she saw Mu Qingguo, her arrogant gaze softened. However, it immediately turned malicious and ruthless. She suddenly pushed Han Yunqi. Slut, you actually dared to hurt my Chingu Gij. Han Yunqi didn't expect this and almost fell to the ground. She was secretly alarmed. What a barbaric woman. Soon after, Mu Qingwu's younger sister, Mu Luiwe, also followed in. She pointed at Han Yunqi and said, Princess, it's this woman. That day, she was the one who tried to stab my brother with a dagger. She even tricked my father into thinking that she could cure my brother. In the end, my brother still hasn't woken up. Princess Chongping was furious. You piece of trash. You actually dared to treat Chingu Gij. What do you take him for? A test subject? Guards, take her away. As soon as Princess Chongping's words fell, 2 guards rushed in from outside. Han Yunqi's gaze was fierce and cold. Immediately, the 2 guards were so intimidated that they didn't dare to move. She coldly said, Princess Chongping, the patient needs to be left alone. If you have anything to say, please leave. Princess Chongping stared blankly before bursting into laughter. Did you all hear that? What did she say? Ha ha! A piece of trash like her dares to say such things. What a joke! At this point, her voice suddenly turned cold. Han Yunqi, Chingu Gij is still unconscious. What right do you have to say such things? You're an assassin, the one who murdered Chingu Gij. Guards, what are you all standing around for? Take Han Yunqi to the justice courts and interrogate her properly. Princess Chongping was here today to pick a fight. Han Yunqi was no longer polite. She coldly said, When has Princess Chongping ever helped the justice courts arrest people? This is against the rules. Princess Chongping was startled. She didn't think that Han Yunqi would dare to speak to her like this. Could it be that the rumors in the palace were true? This cowardly woman had completely changed? If this princess is willing, then it's the justice court's honor. Princess Chongping boldly replied. Then does Princess Chongping know that you need evidence to arrest people? Han Yunqi asked again. Princess Chongping didn't hesitate. Luwe and Li Chongfeng are witnesses. Chingu Gij is also a witness. Also, Gu Beiwe couldn't bear to listen any longer. He hurriedly interrupted. Princess Chongping, I can also testify. The young general is about to recover. You all leave first. If you have anything to say, wait until Chingu wakes up. Princess Chongping's eyes narrowed. She coldly said, Imperial Physician Gu, you're not allowed to interrupt when this princess is speaking. Chapter 26. The usually calm Gu Beiwe's face was ashen. As the head imperial physician, he was the person closest to the emperor. Inside and outside the palace, there wasn't a single official who didn't respect him. Unfortunately, he was helpless against such an unreasonable princess. He hoped that General Mu would speak up for Han Yunqi. Unfortunately, General Mu was standing at the door, not saying a word. Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to argue with Princess Chongping and continued to ask, Then may I ask, Princess Chongping, do you have an arrest warrant? When members of the imperial clan committed crimes, they were dealt with by the justice courts. However, if someone wanted to be arrested, they needed an arrest warrant. Han Yunqi was a Wangfei and was under the jurisdiction of the Empress Dowager. Therefore, the arrest warrant had to be issued by the Empress Dowager. Not at the moment, Princess Chongping replied confidently. So, I'm not considered a criminal for the time being? Han Yunqi asked patiently. Princess Chongping stammered, not knowing how to answer. Who knew that Han Yunqi would suddenly shout, "Not at the moment! What are you doing here? Get out of here right now!" Without an arrest warrant, how could this princess be so arrogant in front of her? Chongping was a princess, but she was also a Qin Wangfei. She was her elder, her imperial aunt. Princess Chongping jumped in fright. She grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and said in disbelief, "Han Yunqi, you've got guts. You dare to be fierce to this princess and speak to this princess like this?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Han Yunqi coldly retorted, her eyes gloomy. As a physician, what she hated the most was having her treatment interrupted and her patients disturbed. As a woman, what she hated the most were people of the same sex who used their status to think they were a cut above others, bossy and unreasonable. Princess Chongping was frightened by Han Yunqi's gloomy gaze. She hastily shook off her hand and retreated 2 steps. What was going on? She was actually afraid of this woman. Princess Chongping tried her best to ignore the inexplicable fear in her heart. However, she refused to admit that she was here today to deal with Han Yunqi, not to lose face. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. She approached Han Yunqi and yelled, "Han Yunqi, why are you so arrogant? Aren't you just a piece of trash? Aren't you just a woman who delivered herself to my doorstep? Do you really think that you've become a phoenix? Let me tell you, trash will always be trash. A sparrow will always be a sparrow. Even if you really think of yourself as a scallion, others might not necessarily eat you for dipping sauce. Bitch! Bitch!" Princess Chongping emphasized these 2 words, as if she was pointing at Han Yunqi's nose and cursing her. Han Yunqi's face was pale. Her hands were clenched into fists. She almost hit someone. However, she was still calm. She knew that now was not the time to cause trouble, but the time to save people. Her current identity was a doctor. In these 3 days, once the poison in Mu Qingwu's body broke out, he had to be treated in time. No accidents were allowed to happen. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. "Princess Chongping, you said I'm trash because I don't know medicine. Then may I ask, do you know medicine?" At these words, Princess Chongping was at a loss for words. Han Yunqi exhaled again. How much patience did she have? For the sake of the patient, she was willing to throw caution to the wind. "So, Princess Chongping, I'll have to trouble you to speak more respectfully. Also, this Wangfei is still your imperial aunt. Is shouting and yelling at your elders something you should have etiquette for? I'll say it one last time. Please leave and don't disturb the patient." An imperial aunt was indeed a princess's senior, but in terms of status, the princess naturally respected her imperial aunt. However, things were different in Tianing. Princess Chongping's imperial uncle was the Duke of Qin, and Han Yunqi was Qin Wangfei. The Duke of Qin wasn't someone ordinary imperial relatives could compare to. Even the emperor had to give him some face. A wife valued her husband. In terms of seniority and status, Han Yunqi had enough qualifications to teach Princess Chongping a lesson. However, Princess Chongping gave a start before bursting into laughter. Imperial aunt? Han Yunqi, you really have no shame. My imperial uncle didn't want you. It was a shameless woman like you who delivered yourself to his door. You dare to call this princess an imperial aunt? You're worse than a prostitute. Prostitute? At these words, everyone present sucked in a cold breath. But before they could recover their wits, Han Yunqi suddenly raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped Princess Chongping across the face. Pah! What a resounding slap! Unbearable! There was no need to endure. Uncle could endure, but aunt couldn't. When faced with someone like Princess Chongping, enduring was useless. Reasoning was also useless. If you could use your hands, then don't use your mouth. Han Yunqi had completely exploded. Princess Chongping was instantly dumbfounded. A large patch of red appeared on her delicate, white cheeks. It was obvious how heavy Han Yunqi's slap had been. Around them, even Mu Luiwei, who'd been watching the show from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. Heavens, Han Yunqi, this woman, she really dared. Very quickly, Princess Chongping regained her wits and started bawling. Like a madwoman, she pounced towards Han Yunqi. You slut, you dare hit this princess. This princess will fight it out with you. Even Imperial Mother hasn't hit me before. Who do you think you are? Han Yunqi, you slut, you prostitute. Han Yunqi accurately grabbed Princess Chongping's hands. Unable to bear it any longer, she sternly interrupted her insults. Enough! Spouting such vulgar words at such a young age. How did your Imperial Mother raise you? How did she become your mother? Hearing these words, Princess Chongping froze. Heavens, this woman hit her and still dared to speak ill of her Imperial Mother? Han Yunqi, you've got dog guts. Princess Chongping roared, fiercely struggling. Unfortunately, she couldn't break free from Han Yunqi's grip. Guards! Guards, capture her! Quickly! Princess Chongping shouted. Her two attendants were about to step forward when Han Yunqi glared at them. You dare to capture Qin Wangfei? Have you asked His Highness, the Duke of Qin? Who gave you the guts to do that? The Duke of Qin, her husband. This name was a golden shield no matter where it was. The two attendants hesitated. Princess Chongping was furious. Han Yunqi, let go of me, or I'll tell Imperial Father. Han Yunqi coldly snorted and flung Princess Chongping to the side. Go ahead. I'll sit here and wait for His Highness, the Duke of Qin, to bring me there. Princess Chongping bumped into a nearby table, tears flowing down her cheeks. Her face was red with anger. How could she dare to go find Imperial Father? Imperial Father had always disapproved of her marrying Mu Qinggu and hated it when she ran over to General Mu's estate. Moreover, if the Duke of Qin found out about this, she might not be able to get away with it. Princess Chongping covered her face and fiercely said, Han Yunqi, you dare to hit me? I definitely won't let you off. So speaking, she stomped her foot and turned to run out of the room. The two retainers and Mu Luiwei hurried after her. Unexpectedly, they closed the door behind them and locked Han Yunqi inside. What was going on? Han Yunqi, just you wait. Just you wait. Don't even think about taking half a step out of this room. This princess will definitely make you pay the price. Princess Chongping's clamoring came from outside the door. Han Yunqi looked at the tightly shut door with a gloomy expression. What era was this? How could she still save someone? Very quickly, Princess Chongping's voice disappeared. She didn't know if she'd left or not, but the room finally quieted down. Han Yunqi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as her eyes turned dark and gloomy. A complicated look flitted across Gu Beiyue's eyes. Esteemed Wangfei, that slap just now, she deserved it, Han Yunqi angrily said. Fine, at this moment, she was in a very bad mood. Who would be happy to be called a prostitute? It was true that she'd taken the initiative to visit, but she'd been forced to do so. She'd never thought of herself as noble and had never thought of herself as the Duke of Qin's official wife. However, she still had self-respect. She felt that she was very good, magnanimous, and had a clear conscience. She wasn't the least bit inferior. However, Gu Beiyue said, Esteemed Wangfei, that slap was well done. It's just that Princess Chongping said that there was no arrest warrant? Han Yunqi was slightly startled. She'd fainted from anger and hadn't paid attention to this detail. She looked at the tightly locked door again. Could it be, whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided? Han Yunqi didn't care so much. She drank a mouthful of water and returned to the bedside to keep watch. Imperial Physician Gu, as long as you believe me, it's enough. She observed Mu Qingwu's complexion, took his pulse, checked his temperature, and did another blood test for poison. She was very sure that in the next 3 days, the poison would definitely show itself. She told Gu Beiwei everything she knew. However, just as she finished speaking, the door opened. The voice of the Supreme Court's Minister Bei Gong drifted in. Qin Wangfei, this is an arrest warrant personally issued by the Empress Dowager. Someone has reported that you deliberately tried to harm young General Mu Qingwu's life. Please come with this official. The Supreme Court's people had arrived. As expected, Princess Chongping hadn't come empty-handed. She'd already made preparations. She'd already steeled her heart to throw Han Yunqi into the imperial prison. However, for the Empress Dowager to personally issue an arrest warrant, wasn't this too ruthless? What was an arrest warrant? An arrest warrant meant that there was enough evidence to arrest someone. There was no need to tell the person the reason for their arrest. Once they were locked up, they could slowly interrogate them. No matter what, Han Yunqi was still the daughter of her savior. Was the Empress Dowager that impatient to get rid of her? Moreover, the Supreme Court didn't have any evidence to prove that Han Yunqi was an assassin. It was a misdiagnosis. This was clearly using public office to avenge a private grudge. Gu Beiwei had already expected this, but he still couldn't help sighing. Nonsense. Han Yunqi took a deep breath. She was very calm. She knew that this was power that made people unable to refute it. She knew that if she wanted to live peacefully in this world, she had to obey and listen to orders. However, she couldn't learn it. She personally opened the door and walked out. She saw the North Court official and Princess Chongping standing at the door with 5 or 6 soldiers behind them. Han Yunqi ignored Princess Chongping's smugness and coldly looked at the North Court official. Dare I ask the North Court official, what crime did this Princess Consort commit? Someone is accusing you of attempting to assassinate the young General Mu Qingwu, swindling the general's household, and poisoning the young general in the name of treatment. The North Court official loudly replied, making it sound as if it really was the case. It's pure slander. North Court official, I can prove that the Princess Consort is innocent. I also participated in the treatment. Gu Beiwei was very righteous. The North Court official coldly snorted. You don't need to say anything. This is the Empress Dowager's arrest warrant. The Empress Dowager is very concerned about this matter and personally issued the arrest warrant. Qin Wangfei, if you have anything to say, go to the Supreme Court and cooperate with the investigation. If any of you want to testify, please go to the Supreme Court for the record. North Court official. Gu Beiwei still wanted to explain, but the North Court official raised his hand to indicate that there was no need. Dr. Gu, there's no point in saying more. You're a servant in the palace, so you should be very clear on what an arrest warrant is. Gu Beiwei could only shut his mouth. He looked at the silent Han Yunqi with her head lowered. His warm eyes were filled with heartache. This woman who wholeheartedly wanted to save people, what crime did she commit? Seeing the disappointment in Han Yunqi's eyes, Princess Chongping and Mu Luiwei felt smug. They were waiting for her to be disappointed, for her to flip out, for her to shout that she was wronged. Chapter 27. Princess Chongping and Mu Luiwei were waiting to see Han Yunqi make a fool of herself. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi didn't. She raised her head, her eyes clear and calm. She looked at Gu Beiwei, and at the same time at the silent, black-faced General Mu. Great General, Imperial Physician Gu, you should all be clear about the young general's situation. My life and the young general's life are intertwined. You should all understand. Gu Beiwei naturally understood Han Yunqi's meaning. General Mu avoided her gaze, looking to the side. Seeing this, Han Yunqi smiled faintly, raising her brows as she looked towards the North Court official. North Court official, let's go. Saying this, her expression was calm and light. She didn't need anyone to escort her, turning to leave. Han Yunqi, actually everyone looked at each other extremely surprised. Princess Changping and Mu Luiwe had originally wanted to attack her, but who knew that in the end they were the ones feeling disappointed, not feeling the slightest bit of joy from revenge. This woman was different. She had a strength of character that no woman in the capital had. She was open and magnanimous, daring to take responsibility for her actions. How could it be so easy to humiliate her and attack her? Seeing that no one followed, Han Yunqi paused, calmly turning around. "What are you all standing around for? Let's go." The North Court official and his subordinates looked at each other in disbelief, only recovering after a while. Seeing Han Yunqi's ramrod straight back, the North Court official couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. He'd arrested many criminals of the imperial clan, and which one of them hadn't cried and begged? He'd never seen such a proud woman. She wouldn't lose to a man. It was a pity that such a special woman's fate was in the hands of the Empress Dowager. After going to the justice courts, it wouldn't be so easy for Han Yunqi to leave. Once she was taken away, Princess Changping rolled her eyes at Gu Beiwe. Coldly she said, "General Mu, look at what kind of quack you've invited. Chase him away immediately. I've invited a few godly doctors over." As she spoke, the attendant brought in a few doctors. General Mu did not recognize any of them, but he was anxious about his son's illness. He hurriedly invited the doctors in and left Gu Beiwe hanging at the side. Of course, Gu Beiwe knew the people in the circle very well. He was very clear about the abilities of these few doctors. Even he couldn't treat him, let alone these few doctors. At this time, General Mu and Princess Changping wouldn't listen to advice. Gu Beiwe hurriedly left. The only person who could save Mu Qinggu was Han Yunqi. Now, the only people who could save Han Yunqi from the Supreme Court were the Duke of Qin's people. Actually, it was not that Gu Beiwe had never thought of entering the palace to meet the emperor, but it was not appropriate for him to report such matters to the emperor. Moreover, the emperor's attitude was not clear. Mu Qingwu's situation was very urgent. If the poison flared up and Han Yunqi wasn't present, then his life would be in danger. It would be strange if General Mu and Princess Changping didn't accuse Han Yunqi of poisoning him then. Gu Beiwe made a prompt decision to leave the general's estate and head for the Duke of Qin's estate. Unexpectedly, he was told that neither Grand Concubine Yi nor the Duke of Qin were present. "Miss Morong, did that Grand Concubine Yi say where she went?" Gu Beiwe asked urgently. He knew it wasn't easy to ask about the Duke of Qin's whereabouts. Morong Wanru might not know either, but Grand Concubine Yi should be able to find her, right? Morong Wanru hated it when people called her Miss Morong, but many people in the capital called her that. The surname Morong was a constant reminder that she was only an adopted daughter. No matter how much she hated it, she hid it well. Her lovable face revealed traces of worry. Such a big thing happened as soon as they got married. If Mu Fei knew, she'd definitely be angry. Say, she doesn't know anything about medicine, so how could she? Miss Morong, Qin Wang Fei is innocent. This one can testify, but Gu Beiwe told Morong Wanru the truth of the situation. Morong Wanru was doubtful. Even the calm and gentle imperial physician, Gu had a side to him that burned with impatience. Supposedly, he was always calm and collected when dealing with the emperor's illness. Morong Wanru pretended to be angry. How could General Mu be like this? How did things get to the Empress Dowager's ears? This is a matter of life and death. I ask that Miss Morong quickly take this one to see Grand Concubine Yi. It'll be hard to get out of a place like the justice courts. Gu Beiwe couldn't help but urge. This Miss Morong looked impatient, but didn't make any moves. Mu Fei doesn't like to be disturbed when she's cultivating. How about this, Imperial Physician Gu? You go back first and ask about the situation. I'll go find Mu Fei and have her come up with ideas. Morong Wanru finally expressed her intentions. Gu Beiwe nodded, finally releasing a breath. He was afraid to delay Murong Wanru, so he didn't dare to linger and bid farewell. But Murong Wanru didn't leave immediately. She sat upright in the guest hall's master seat, languid and leisurely as her lips drew up in a disdainful sneer. After being smug for a while, she calmly swept her eyes over the servant girls in the room. Her soft and gentle appearance was replaced by a cold eyebrow. Whoever speaks of today's matters bear the consequences. The servant girls all trembled as they knelt down. Miss, don't worry. Your servant understands. Murong Wanru would rather Han Yunqi never come back. So how could she go find Grand Concubine Yi? Before, when General Mu came to her door, she was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to hit Han Yunqi while she was down. Now things were good, saving her a lot of trouble. After stretching lazily, Murong Wanru went back to her rooms to sleep. She'd been disturbed twice in one night, so she needed to make up for lost sleep. By now, the skies were already dimly lit. Han Yunqi had just arrived at the Justice Court's prisons, which were cold and gloomy to begin with. Add that to the fact that it was winter and it was frighteningly cold. Han Yunqi had rushed out in a hurry. She wasn't wearing much to begin with, so she immediately yawned as soon as she stepped out of the prison. The deeper she went, the more she felt like she was in a giant freezer. It was so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. Because of her special status, she was locked up in a single cell with 3 stone walls and an iron bar. It could be considered clean enough that she could barely live in it. The cell door slammed shut, and Han Yunqi quickly curled up on the Kong bed to warm herself. So cold! She hated the cold the most. Thank goodness there was such a good thing as a Kong bed. After a long while, her body slowly warmed up. She didn't know how long she'd have to stay in this damned place. Even if Mu Qinggu woke up, the justice courts had already filed a case. The investigation, evidence collection, and interrogation would all be delayed by a single word from the higher-ups. In any case, it would be very, very difficult to get out after entering this place. Han Yunqi figured that only Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei Yi could save her. Long Fei Yi would definitely find her within the next few days to prescribe medicine. No matter how much Grand Concubine Yi disliked her, she wouldn't yield to the Empress Dowager so easily. Most likely, the Empress Dowager had personally issued an arrest warrant because she wanted to compete with Grand Concubine Yi over this matter. In the end, she was still too inexperienced. She should have known that the Empress Dowager wouldn't let her off so easily after she'd followed Long Fei Yi into the palace to pay her respects that day. The Empress Dowager wanted to use her as an ugly woman to humiliate Grand Concubine Yi, but she ended up becoming beautiful. She wanted to use her white handkerchief to punish the Han family, but Long Fei Yi had helped her. Wouldn't the old Empress Dowager hate her to the bone? Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi couldn't help but shiver. How unlucky was she to have offended the 2 most frightening women in Tianing country, the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine Yi. All right, no matter what, she still had her status as Qin Wangfei before she was convicted. The justice courts shouldn't dare to use torture to extort a confession. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi felt more at ease with her current situation. She was more worried about Mu Qingwu's condition. She was certain that Mu Qingwu would wake up within the next 3 days. But if he didn't treat the poison in time, then it'd be troublesome. If Mu Qingwu didn't treat the poison in time, then even Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to save her little life if he came in person. Now that things had come to this, Mu Qingwu's life and hers were completely intertwined. 3 days could be described as slow, but it could also be described as fast in the blink of an eye. Imperial physician Gu should be coming to visit her, right? All her hopes rested on his shoulders. After a tiring day and night, Han Yunqi mulled things over until she fell into a deep sleep. But it wasn't long before she was awoken by the cold from her feet. No matter how she wrapped herself in the blankets or curled up, she couldn't warm up. She discovered that the firewood in the Kong bed had already burned out. The fire had long been extinguished, and there was no spare firewood in the cell. Too much. Wrapping herself in the thin blankets, Han Yunqi yawned multiple times before getting off the bed to call for help. Someone come. Is there anyone? Someone come. There was no reply from the night guard, so Han Yunqi decided to lie. Help? Ah, there's an assassin. But no matter how much she shouted, the only response she got was her own echo. Exhaling, Han Yunqi didn't waste her energy. She kept rubbing her hands as she jumped up and down to keep warm. In the Supreme Court's prison, there were many ways to kill people without spilling blood or torture without injuring them. Even if they didn't do anything, there were still many ways to lock people up. Han Yunqi found that she had underestimated the dark side of the Supreme Court. While Han Yunqi was jumping up and down to keep warm, she suddenly heard footsteps. Someone was coming. Han Yunqi was about to turn around, but who would have thought that at this time she would be met with a bucket of ice water? Han Yunqi was completely soaked from head to toe. The bone-chilling cold spread from her scalp down to her forelimbs, freezing her to the point where she couldn't move for a long time. Outside the cell, Princess Chongping was wrapped in a warm, quilted jacket. She was smiling from ear to ear as she proudly looked at Han Yunqi. The North Court official and several jailers were respectfully waiting on the side. Princess Chongping, do you dare to torture this princess? Han Yunqi coldly asked. Her entire body was soaked and she cut a sorry figure, but her clear eyes were even colder than the surrounding temperature. She clearly knew that this woman couldn't resist, but as soon as she met her eyes, Princess Chongping's heart trembled. No, with Imperial Grandmother and Imperial Mother supporting her, no one would dare to spread what happened here. Han Yunqi wouldn't have any evidence. Thinking of this, Princess Chongping calmed down and sneered. Han Yunqi, you think too highly of this princess. This princess knows that you're the imperial aunt and can't wait to show filial piety to you. See, I specifically came here to urge the North Court official to help you wash your cell. I heard that many people have died of disease here. It's very dirty. Washing the cell in the middle of the night? Only she could think of such a thing. No need. Han Yunqi naturally refused, but the North Court official impatiently ordered. Come, why aren't you washing it immediately? If you treat Qin Wangfei unfairly, can you bear the responsibility? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 to 5 jailers lifted buckets of water. There were even pieces of ice floating in the water. Pour it for this princess. Princess Chongping didn't hesitate as she coldly ordered. The cold water, mixed with pieces of ice, splashed in from different directions. Han Yunqi could only dodge. At this time, any warning would be useless. She turned and fled, hiding in the innermost corner of the Kong bed. She ran back and forth, trying her best to dodge. However, the jailers were all well trained. One by one, they all poured water on her body. None of them hit. Chapter 28. The jailers splashed her with bucket after bucket of ice water. Streams of ice-cold water trickled down from her neck to her body, making the already soaked Han Yunqi's hands and feet tremble and her teeth chatter. Aya, how can you be so careless? Don't splash it on Qin Wangfei. Look at how pitiful she is. Princess Chongping laughed loudly. Han Yunqi, hurry and beg them. Haha, how about you beg me? Beg me to slap you, and I'll let you out. That's right. Princess Chongping was here tonight for revenge. Who did Han Yunqi think she was? She dared to touch her Qinggu Gij, dared to talk about seniority and teach her a lesson in front of everyone. Tonight, she would make this slut pay the price. Splash it with all your might. Splash it until she begs for mercy. Glancing at the thin layer of ice on the ground, Princess Chongping believed that Han Yunqi would soon beg for mercy. However, Princess Chongping was quickly disappointed. Not only did Han Yunqi not beg for mercy, she didn't even try to dodge. She just stood on the brick bed, her back against the wall, motionless, staring at her. At this moment, Han Yunqi was in a sorry state, like a drowning dog. However, at this very moment, she was even more beautiful than before. Her purplish lips curled up and her clear eyes were filled with mockery. At this very moment, she was staring at Princess Chongping from a lofty position. "What are you laughing at? You're not allowed to look," Princess Chongping angrily questioned. The one being toyed with was clearly Han Yunqi, but why did she feel humiliated? "Han Yunqi, you're not allowed to look. Close your eyes." "Han Yunqi, I'm telling you, if you don't beg for mercy today, I definitely won't let you off." North Court official, open the door. Princess Chongping was furious. She wanted to go in and personally deal with this slut. "Princess, you can't do this. After all, she's someone from the Duke of Qin's household." The North Court official was still somewhat apprehensive. Otherwise, he would have already tortured Han Yunqi. "She's now a prisoner. I order you to open the door immediately." Princess Chongping huffed, not forgetting to order the jailer to continue pouring water. Han Yunqi coldly watched as Princess Chongping hooted like a mad dog. The contempt in her eyes deepened, driving Princess Chongping to the brink of insanity. "He's of the North Court. How dare you disobey my orders? Why aren't you opening the door?" The North Court official didn't know whether to open the door or not. In the cold weather, he was sweating profusely. In the end, under Princess Chongping's coercion, he could only open the door. A few jailers rushed in first, holding Han Yunqi tightly. Han Yunqi didn't resist, only feeling that it was laughable. Were these people afraid that she would do anything to Princess Chongping? She was so cold that she had no strength left. Princess Chongping crossed her arms and calmly walked over. "Han Yunqi, keep looking. If you have the ability, keep looking." Han Yunqi lowered her head, not moving at all, like a corpse. Princess Chongping was very satisfied with this kind of reaction. She personally lifted Han Yunqi's chin, but Han Yunqi actually spat a mouthful of ice water in her face. "Ah!" Princess Chongping shrieked as she retreated, wiping her face. "Slut, you've got guts. This Wangfei seniority is one level higher than yours, so I'm your elder. Princess Chongping, you'll never be able to change this fact." Han Yunqi looked over, a mocking smile on her lips. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of death, but that she knew that even if she begged for mercy, Princess Chongping wouldn't let her off so easily tonight. Begging for mercy would only add to the humiliation and satisfy Princess Chongping's wishes. Princess Chongping wiped her face dry, smudging her makeup. Combined with her fierce expression, she looked like a tigress. "Elder, is it? Very good. Then this princess will personally serve you." As she spoke, she personally picked up a bucket of water and poured it over Han Yunqi's head. Han Yunqi's body shrank back, a cold feeling spreading from her head to her 4 limbs. She felt as if her brain cells had all been frozen, her mind blank. However, the nightmare had only just begun. Very quickly, Princess Chongping picked up another bucket of water and poured it over Han Yunqi's head as well. Bucket after bucket. She didn't stop until all the ice water had been used up. The 2 jailers holding Han Yunqi had their hands frozen stiff. So how could Han Yunqi? However, she was still looking at Princess Chongping like an ice sculpture. Cold and motionless, she stared at Princess Chongping as if she could see through all the vanity and filth in Princess Chongping's heart. This gaze not only scared Princess Chongping, but the jailers as well. The 2 jailers let go, causing Han Yunqi to topple straight to the ground, her stiff body making a loud thud as she hit the ground. Dead. He of the North Court's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly checked her breathing. Seeing that she was still breathing, his heart, which had been hanging high in the air, finally calmed down. Princess Chongping looked at Han Yunqi's stiff body. Not only did she not feel the joy of revenge, she actually felt an indescribable fear. She clearly knew that this woman couldn't do anything, but she was still afraid. She didn't even dare to look at Han Yunqi's face. She gave herself a way out. Humph. Han Yunqi, if you dare to be arrogant again, then this princess might as well tell you that even if Qinggu Gij wakes up, you can forget about leaving the justice court. You're dead for sure. After speaking, Princess Chongping hurriedly turned to leave. However, she hadn't taken more than a few steps when her foot slipped and her body leaned forward. Her entire body fell forward like a dog eating shit. Ah! Princess Chongping's scream was deafening. Zhe of the North Court and a few other attendants hurriedly came forward to support her, their faces ashen from fright. As soon as Princess Chongping sat up, she screamed, "My waist! My waist! Don't move! My waist hurts so much!" "Princess, it can't be that you got hurt, right?" Zhe of the North Court cried out. If her waist was hurt, it would be very difficult to recover. Moreover, there would be repercussions. In the future, if she moved a bit more, it would be easy to get hurt again. Princess Chongping was scared out of her wits. Her waist hurt and she sat on the icy ground, but she didn't dare to move. She angrily shouted at Zhe of the North Court, "Hurry and summon an imperial physician!" As she spoke, she suddenly felt an itch on her face. She didn't think much of it and reached out to scratch randomly. As she scratched, she couldn't seem to stop. "Your Highness, how about this subordinate carry you out? It's not convenient for an imperial physician to come." Zhe of the North Court was on the verge of tears. If the imperial physician was summoned here, wouldn't the matter of private punishment be exposed? Princess Chongping's waist was in extreme pain. She sat stiffly on the icy ground, not daring to move. The icy water had soaked her pants and spread throughout her body. Not only did she want to cry out in pain, she also wanted to cry out in cold. However, this icy water was caused by her. How could she cry out? "Then hurry and carry me out. What are you all standing there for? What's the point of raising you all? Are you all rice buckets?" Princess Chongping yelled as she scratched herself. All of her anger could only be directed at the North Court official. The North Court official's face was covered in dirt. He hurriedly ordered the jailers to bring over a stretcher. He carefully placed Princess Chongping on it and hurriedly carried her out. Before leaving, Princess Chongping turned her head and saw Han Yunqi lying motionlessly on the ground. Those cold phoenix eyes were actually still looking at her. Heavens! Princess Chongping hurriedly turned her head back, not daring to look again. She felt a bit of regret. She shouldn't have walked in. Only then did Han Yunqi's lips curve up into a cold smile. Her smile was peerless and peerless, capable of causing the downfall of cities and nations. "Princess Chongping, just wait for your face to be disfigured." In the instant she laid down, she'd poisoned Princess Chongping's feet. That was why Princess Chongping had slipped so easily. Slipping wasn't a big deal, but the poison would cause Princess Chongping's feet and face to grow a type of poisonous ringworm similar to psoriasis. It was even more disgusting than the tumors on her face. After confirming that everyone had left, Han Yunqi couldn't hold it in any longer. Her entire body trembled violently and even her teeth chattered. Her nose felt sour. She was so cold that she wanted to cry, so weak that she wanted to cry. The cold water on the ground had already formed a thin layer of ice. There were even several parts of her body that were frozen. Just how low was her body temperature? Han Yunqi didn't even have the strength to crawl up. However, even if she did, it was useless. The entire cell was wet and icy. If it continued like this, all of her bodily functions would become sluggish. At this moment, she dearly wished that a doctor would come and give her a few injections to increase her heart rate. She was a doctor, but not an ordinary one. She only had poison and an antidote on her. With no other choice, Han Yunqi could only take out a poison pill from her detoxification system. It was a poison of dry heat. It could cause the body to become restless and cause the body's temperature to rise. Although it was very harmful to the body, Han Yunqi had no other choice. After taking the pill, she lost all of her strength and laid on the ground. The poison quickly took effect. The heat emitted from her body resisted the invading cold. Between the cold and the heat, Han Yunqi fell into a deep sleep. It seemed that someone had come to clean the ice in the cell or checked her breathing and pulse. Han Yunqi felt it in her daze, but she didn't have the strength to open her eyes. By the time Han Yunqi woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. She didn't need an antidote for the poison of dry heat. It had been completely dispelled by the cold. Although she was no longer in danger, she was still shivering from the cold. She really wanted to take another poison pill, but she knew better than anyone that the second one would definitely take her life. Looking around, Han Yunqi found that all the traces from last night had been cleaned up. There was a fire in the stove, and there was a warm meal and clean clothes on the side. What was the meaning of this? Han Yunqi was confused. But then she saw Gu Beiwe appear at the door of the cell, carrying something. So it was it. The North Palace official was afraid that Gu Beiwe would see the evidence of the lynching, so he destroyed all the traces. He really did a good job on the surface. When the guard leading the way left, Gu Beiwe quickly waved his hand at Han Yunqi. "Princess Consort, quickly come over." He quickly squatted down and opened the soup cup. He carefully poured the hot soup into a bowl and placed it in front of Han Yunqi through the bars. "Princess Consort, quickly drink it while it's hot." This official personally made it. "It's cold in here, so this medicinal soup can dispel the cold." Gu Beiwe was a very clean person. His white clothes were pure, and he had a handsome temperament. He didn't fit in with this cold and dark cell. But seeing him, Han Yunqi felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Han Yunqi walked over and saw the sincere concern and pity on Gu Beiwe's handsome face. Then she looked at the steam coming out of the hot soup. Her heart ached and she felt uncomfortable for no reason. Everything from last night had already passed, but she couldn't help feeling wronged. Would a strong heart become weak once there was someone who cared for it? Was this place cold? This place wasn't just cold. It was so cold that it could kill a person. Dispelling the cold? A bowl of hot soup. How could it compare to last night's buckets of ice water? However, this man who she had no relationship with actually made Han Yunqi feel warm with just a few words. Since she was young, no one had ever cared about her, let alone personally making a bowl of soup to dispel the cold. Chapter 29. Gu Beiwe's smile was as warm as an April spring breeze. Han Yunqi suddenly felt that his eyes were especially beautiful, especially when he smiled. He was like a big brother next door, warm and affectionate. "Imperial Physician Gu, you're considerate." Han Yunqi accepted the hot soup and drank it all in one gulp. Needless to say, the medicine was quite effective. Soon enough, her body warmed up. Gu Beiwe watched Han Yunqi wolf down her food and her ashen face. He could more or less guess at last night's punishment, but didn't ask any questions. Pity flashed through his eyes as he sighed softly. Visiting hours were limited, so before Han Yunqi could finish, Gu Beiwe said in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, this official personally went to the Duke of Qin's estate last night. I didn't see Grand Concubine Yi, but I've already had Miss Morong report to her. Presumably, you'll be released on bail very soon. This official will arrange for people to visit you at regular intervals. This way," Gu Beiwe trailed off even more. "This way, they won't dare to lynch you." Han Yunqi looked at Gu Beiwe and asked without thinking, why? Why was this man doing his best? Actually, he could have stayed out of this. Didn't he know that if he got involved, he'd be suspected of being an accomplice? Gu Beiwe didn't understand. "What do you mean, why? Why are you helping me so much?" "I'm not familiar with you," Han Yunqi said mildly. But Gu Beiwe was very serious. "Esteemed Wang Fei, doctors don't just rely on their medical skills to save people. The young general's life is in your hands." Gu Beiwe's tone softened as he continued. "Moreover, esteemed Wang Fei, this is a human life, too. Han Yunqi's heart gave a lurch as she praised him in her heart. She even felt inferior to him. Wouldn't Morong Wanru report to Grand Concubine Yi? Han Yunqi didn't want Gu Beiwa to lose confidence, so she didn't explain much. She asked indifferently, "How's the situation at the great general's residence?" Last night, Princess Chongping invited several divine doctors over, but none of them were of any use. This morning, General Mu invited this lowly official over, but the young general is still the same. This lowly official tried to persuade General Mu, but unfortunately, how is the young general? Han Yunqi was most concerned about this matter. It's still the same. I'm just afraid. If the poison is suppressed forever, then wouldn't esteemed Wang Fei, Gu Beiwa didn't continue. But Han Yunqi knew what he was worried about. If Mu Qingwu's toxicity never showed, then even Long Fei, you might not be able to clear her name. After a moment of silence, Han Yunqi asked seriously, "Imperial Physician Gu, even you don't believe me, right?" It wasn't that Gu Beiwa didn't believe her, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It's already been a day. Within 2 days, the young general's toxicity will show. As long as the poison is cured, he'll wake up. Help me watch over him. Tell me as soon as the poison shows. Han Yunqi's eyes shone with a resolute light. She grabbed Gu Beiwa's hand and said seriously, "I won't joke around with my own life. Only you can help me now." Gu Beiwa unconsciously lowered his head, a little surprised. Seeing Han Yunqi's clear eyes, he smiled faintly. His large, warm hand covered Han Yunqi's cold one as he said seriously, "All right, I'll do my best." Han Yunqi was delighted. If it was anyone else, she'd be worried. Only then did she let go of his hand. Naturally, there was nothing to hold. Remember, check him frequently. As soon as the poison shows, take his blood and give it to me. Take blood. Gu Beiwa didn't quite understand. Han Yunqi took out a golden needle. "Here, use this golden needle to take the blood from the wound on his navel." Gu Beiwa naturally knew how to take blood to test for poison, but there were no tools or other drugs in the cell. How could Han Yunqi detect it? Seeing Gu Beiwa's hesitation, Han Yunqi smiled faintly. "Imperial Physician Gu, there are only 2 days left. If I'm acquitted, I'll tell you why." He didn't expect Han Yunqi to still be able to smile in this situation. Gu Beiwa admired her in his heart. He also smiled and stretched out his pinky. Han Yunqi was stunned. Did this guy also play retractor? "I'm really curious." Gu Beiwa smiled slightly. It was extremely beautiful. Han Yunqi stretched out her pinky and held on to him. "All right, it's a promise." Gu Beiwa looked at Han Yunqi and felt that she was a mystery. Although this woman's medical skills weren't as good as Master Han's, her detoxification skills were far superior to her father's. He wondered if the Han family knew about this. When he left this morning, he heard from the servants that Princess Chongping and Miss Mu had gone to the Han family to invite the head of the Han family. That day, when Gu Beiwa rushed back to General Mu's residence, Princess Chongping and Muluiwa had already invited the head of the Han family, Han Yunqi's father, godly Dr. Han Kongan. When Gu Beiwa entered the room, Han Kongan was taking Mu Qingwu's pulse. When he saw him enter, Han Kongan stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. "Imperial Physician Gu." Although he was Gu Beiwa's junior in front of Han Kongan, a commoner like Han Kongan still had to pay respects to Gu Beiwa's status as the head imperial physician. Han Kongan's medical skills were exquisite, and he'd studied at Cloud Realm Continent's Medical Academy. Last year, he'd become a director of the Medical Academy, so the position of head imperial physician should have been his. Unfortunately, he'd been unable to treat the crown prince's strange illness for many years. In the end, he couldn't even enter the imperial physician courtyard, becoming the medical academy director that the imperial clan disliked the most in history. Gu Beiwa's parents had both died when he was young, so he was brought up by his grandfather. Grandfather Gu was the former head imperial physician and director of Cloud Realm Continent's Medical Academy. Gu Beiwe had been gifted since childhood. With his grandfather's careful guidance, he truly deserved the position of head imperial physician. Uncle Han is treating me as an outsider. Gu Beiwe cupped his hands in return. He was a modest gentleman, neither servile nor overbearing, cultured and refined. Han Kongan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down asking, "You came at the right time. Tell me the specifics of the situation." "Uncle Han, why don't you tell me your views first, so that my words won't affect your judgment?" Gu Beiwe looked refined and modest, but his words always had the effect of deflecting 1,000 catties with 4 tails. Since he'd said this, Han Kongan didn't press the issue. He stroked his goatee and said seriously, "I've heard General Mu explain the general situation, but I think there's room for discussion about the poisoning." Gu Beiwe didn't express his opinion, but asked mildly, "How do you want to discuss it?" Han Kongan's eyes flashed with doubt as he probed. "I heard that Yunchi was the one who diagnosed the poisoning." Actually, before Princess Chongping invited him over, the Empress Dowager had already sent someone to greet him. Although she didn't tell him what to do, he knew everything in his heart. Han Yunchi was already in jail. As long as Mu Qinggu was unconscious for a day, Han Yunchi wouldn't be able to clear herself of suspicion and would have to stay in jail for a day. This was exactly what the Empress Dowager wanted to see. Moreover, Mu Qinggu held military power in his hands and was both a minister and friend to the second imperial prince. He completely stood on the second imperial prince's side, and the second imperial prince was the crown prince's strongest opponent. If Mu Qinggu was unconscious or even dead, the crown prince's faction would be the happiest. Even if it concerned his own daughter's life, Han Kongan didn't mind pushing the boat with the current to help the Empress Dowager and Crown Prince frame Han Yunchi for the sake of preserving the Han family's position. He took his pulse for a long time and couldn't find any signs of illness or poisoning. But since Han Yunchi had treated him, no matter how Mu Qinggu died, she had to take responsibility until the end. "Then what does Uncle Han think?" Gu Beiwe asked again, not expressing his opinion at all. As a servant by the emperor's side, he knew all the powerful connections in the imperial harem. The more he knew, the more disadvantageous it would be for himself and Han Yunchi. Han Kongan was an old fox and didn't express his opinion. He reprimanded, This girl has been ignorant and incompetent since she was young. What does she know? I heard that she was the one who used the knife to detoxify the wound." Han Kongan had examined the wound and found that it had healed very well. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. If Princess Chongping hadn't said it, he wouldn't have believed that it was Han Yunchi's doing. How did she do it? She was trash who couldn't even differentiate between medicinal ingredients. Since Uncle Han has examined the wound, you should know that the young general's illness isn't directly related to the wound, right? Gu Beiwe countered. Han Kongan stroked his goatee and hesitated for a moment before saying indifferently, "This might not be so. After all, we still can't diagnose the illness." In that instant, a trace of caution flashed through Gu Beiwe's gentle eyes. The wound on Mu Qinggu's body was very important. It was treated by Han Yunchi. If they could prove that the wound wasn't related to the current illness, then Han Yunchi would be innocent. If this wound caused any trouble, or if it was fatal, then Han Yunchi would have to sit in jail for a long time. Luckily, Han Kongan was Han Yunchi's biological father. He actually grasped onto Han Yunchi's fatal weakness and refused to let go. Since Uncle Han has said so, then we'll have to wait to see if Qin Wangfei is guilty. Gu Beiwe's tone was still very gentle, but his words hit the nail on the head and exposed Han Kongan's true colors. Gu Beiwe examined Mu Qinggu's wound and checked his pulse. After confirming that Han Kongan hadn't done anything, he said seriously, "General Mu, it seems that not only can divine physician Han not cure the crown prince, he also can't cure the young general. Fortunately, I still have confidence in the young general's condition. In these 2 days, the young general will wake up. I will keep watch." General Mu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his fist and roared, "Get out! All of you, get out! You're all trash!" This general's irritable temper was well known in the imperial court. There was once a civil official who was crippled by him. Han Kongen was afraid of death and hurriedly escaped. However, Gubeiwe stood up and faced the furious General Mu. He handed over a lawsuit written in black and white. It was actually a life and death lawsuit. "General Mu, I guarantee with my life that the young general will wake up in these 2 days. I can save him. Otherwise, a life for a life." Gubeiwe was dressed in white and looked weak, but his words were sonorous and fearless. The furious General Mu's fist froze in midair. After a long time, it finally fell down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, this general will give you one more chance." At this time, Han Kongen had already escaped far away. He pondered over the meaning of Gubeiwe's words. Did he suspect something? With Gubeiwe here, it would be difficult to make a move on Mu Qinggu. If Mu Qinggu really woke up, then everything would be over. Han Kongen pondered as he walked out of the courtyard. At this time, Princess Chongping and Mu Luiwa walked over. Princess Chongping was fine this morning. Why was she wearing a veil now? "Your Highness, you?" Han Kongen asked suspiciously. "Nothing. Why did you come out? How's Brother Qinggu?" Princess Chongping asked anxiously. She didn't know what kind of dirty things she'd gotten when she went to the prison last night. Her feet and face had been itchy since morning, and she'd just grown red spots that looked a bit like a rash. Her face was the most precious thing to her. She secretly went to the imperial physician to apply some medicine. The physician said it was a rash and would heal in a day or 2. Only then did she relax and rush over after applying the medicine. Chapter 30. Han Kongen shook his head. The young general's illness really is complicated. We can only wait a few days and see how things go. At these words, Princess Chongping grew angry. Han Kongen, what's wrong with you? How can you be so useless? Big brother Crown Prince, you can't cure him. Big brother Wuqing, you can't cure him either. What kind of divine doctor are you? You quack. I'm going to tell my imperial grandmother. This stupid princess wholeheartedly wanted to save Mu Qinggu and harm Han Yunxi. But she didn't know she was being used as a chess piece by the Empress Dowager. Han Kongen suppressed his anger and patiently coaxed. Princess Chongping, calm your anger. Even imperial physician Gu couldn't tell. Who knows how long he'll wait. If this drags on for too long, what if? Han Kongen's words directly pointed the spearhead at Gubeiwe. Before he could finish, Princess Chongping and Mu Luiwe grew afraid. Mu Luiwe was much smarter than Princess Chongping and immediately understood. Princess, that day imperial physician Gu and Han Yunxi worked together to save him. If Han Yunxi is guilty, then so is imperial physician Gu. Why did father let him monopolize Big Brother? That's right. Imperial physician Gu is an accomplice too. Princess Chongping suddenly realized. In her excitement, she almost hurt her waist. After all, her injuries hadn't fully healed yet. She rubbed her waist and said, I'll go report him to the justice courts right now. Han Kongen nodded. Your Royal Highness. Then this one will go back and find a few medical academy directors to discuss. Shall we come back tomorrow? The medical academy's people weren't ordinary people. Cloud Realm Continent's medical academy was a place that all doctors yearned for. It gathered the continent's medical elites, especially those directors who were over 100 years old. They were the absolute authority of Cloud Realm Continent's medical community. Princess Chongping and Mu Luiwe were both delighted. Good. Then we'll wait for your good news. Big Brother will definitely be saved. When the time comes, I'll have father chase imperial physician, go away. That's great. Lua, let's go to the Supreme Court to do something big. Princess Chongping was in a very good mood. She was certain that her Chingu Gij would be fine. Mu Luiwa hurriedly followed behind like a shadow. The two of them didn't think about it. Although the medical academy's directors were powerful, they weren't immortals. They had treated the crown prince's illness a few times, and he still hadn't recovered. Looking at their departing figures, Han Kongen's lips curled into a cold smile. There were many incurable illnesses in the world. He had already suffered from the crown prince's illness, so he wouldn't lead the way again. As long as they replaced Gubeiwe and found an imperial physician, wouldn't it be easy to make Mu Qinggu unconscious and kill Mu Qinggu? This way, he wouldn't have to get involved in this mess himself. Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi, you caused your mother's death and embarrassed the Han family in front of the Empress Dowager and the Duke of Qin's estate. This time, you should do something for the Han family. Far away in prison, Han Yunqi didn't know how dangerous her situation was. Because Gu Beiwe regularly sent people to visit her, the North Court official was frightened last night and didn't dare to torture her again. However, she didn't expect that in the afternoon, an unexpected person would come. At this time, Han Yunqi was curled up on the Kong bed, counting the time with her fingers. Tonight or tomorrow, the poison in Mu Qingwu's body would definitely show. As long as Gu Beiwe could collect a blood sample in time, even if she didn't have the medicine on hand, she could write a prescription to temporarily save Mu Qingwu's life. She waited and waited. When would Gu Beiwe come? At this time, a jailer walked over. She didn't know what he said to the jailers guarding the door, but the jailers all left. Han Yunqi raised her eyebrows and looked at him, but didn't pay him any attention. Who knew that the jailer would actually open the door and walk in? No matter what, Han Yunqi was still a wanted criminal. How could a small jailer come in? She saw that the jailer was around 50 years old and had a kind face. He looked around in a panic, and after confirming that no one was coming, he hurriedly walked over to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi looked at him cautiously, but didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, when the jailer came closer, he actually knelt down with a putong sound. Little benefactor! Little benefactor! This old man has finally seen you. This old man thought that he would never see you again in this lifetime. Han Yunqi completely remembered the original owner's memories. The original owner was a useless and ugly girl who didn't leave the house and was bullied every day. She didn't do anything bad, nor did she do anything good. Old man, if there's anything, please get up and tell me. Han Yunqi got off the bed to support him. The jailer was so excited that he refused to get up. Little benefactor, you definitely don't know who I am, but I know who you are. You're Lady Tianqin's daughter, right? You married Qin Wang and are now Qin Wang Fei. Lady Tianqin. Even though Han Yunqi only inherited the original owner's body and memories and wasn't the original owner herself, but this name still gave her a warm feeling in her heart that couldn't be ignored. Lady Tianqin was her mother, a woman with superb medical skills and the heart of a true doctor. In order to give birth to her, she died in childbirth. Little benefactor, your mother is the benefactor of our entire family. At the end of December that year, a plague ran rampant in Luohe village in the western suburbs, and my entire family was infected. It was your mother who cured our entire family. Otherwise, we would have been burned alive. As the jailer spoke, he knelt down again and choked with sobs. Why do good people have short lives? This old man didn't even have time to repay her kindness before Lady Tianqin passed away. The jailer seemed to be truly heartbroken as tears streamed down his old face. Old man, it's my mother's duty as a doctor to help the world. You don't have to take it to heart. Living well is the best way to repay my mother. Han Yunqi tried to persuade the jailer and helped him up, but who knew that the jailer wouldn't get up? Little benefactor, this old man is here today to repay your kindness. Little benefactor, This old man can't watch you die in prison without doing anything. The moment he said this, Han Yunqi was shocked. Die here! The jailer glanced back, nervously. After confirming that no one was coming, he held Han Yunqi's hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Little benefactor, I wanted to come and see you when you came in, but it was only my turn to be on duty last night. I secretly heard the North Court official and the others talking. The higher-ups want your life." "I know." Han Yunqi discreetly broke free from the jailer's hand and smiled faintly. There were many higher-ups who wanted her life. However, the jailer was very nervous. "Little benefactor, it's the Empress Dowager who wants your life. They want to kill young General Mu and sentence you to death." Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't have much of a reaction, the jailer hurriedly said, "Little benefactor, you don't know that young General Mu is the second prince's man. The Empress Dowager wants to take the opportunity to get rid of young General Mu for His Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Han Yunqi was shocked. However, she wasn't shocked by the Empress Dowager's intentions, but by this jailer. This little jailer knew so much. The jailer was very nervous. He deliberately ran to the door to see if there was anyone. After confirming that there was no one, he ran back and said timidly, "Little benefactor, I'm also on duty tonight. I've already bribed the people below. I know a secret passage. When the time comes, you just need to follow me. Don't foolishly wait here. I've already heard them say that as soon as young General Mu dies tomorrow, they'll immediately kill you and say that you committed suicide to escape punishment." "You are letting me go?" Han Yunqi asked in disbelief. "That's right. We'll sneak away in the middle of the night. Little benefactor, I've already prepared a carriage to pick you up. Run as far as you can and don't ever come back." The jailer said earnestly, "If I run, wouldn't it be considered fleeing punishment? How can I explain myself clearly in this lifetime?" Han Yunqi asked again. Sorry, she was an orphan since childhood. She was accustomed to the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world. It was impossible for her to easily believe a stranger. Besides, if she really ran away, it would be equivalent to admitting that she had misdiagnosed. This was the greatest humiliation for a doctor. Taking a step back, she also didn't believe that the Empress Dowager could easily kill Mu Qinggu. This jailer, did he still think that she was that inexperienced Han Yunqi who hadn't seen the world? Little benefactor, we can't care about whether or not you've committed a crime now. Saving your life is more important. The jailer was very anxious. If I leave, then what will happen to you? I can't do things that harm people. Han Yunqi deliberately emphasized the word harm. The jailer's gaze was somewhat evasive as he said earnestly, Little benefactor, this old man's lowly life is worthless. Madame Tianqin saved the lives of this old man's entire family. It's not too much for this old man to repay her with this lowly life of mine. The jailer's eyes were brimming with hot tears, and he was extremely emotional. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi suddenly asked, Why should I believe you? At this moment, the jailer was stunned. Little benefactor, the jailer stammered guiltily and couldn't explain himself for a long time. Han Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile. She already had an idea in her heart. Elder, you're already so old. You can't afford to be tormented. Let's go. As Han Yunqi spoke, she nestled on the Kong bed. Her pair of bright eyes were as clear as fire, making the jailer not dare to look directly at her. Then, little benefactor, you take care. The jailer barely managed to steady himself and hurriedly retreated. Han Yunqi silently watched, thinking that if she really did escape tonight, she'd probably be killed as soon as she left the Supreme Court. Who exactly was it that came up with such a treacherous plan? As soon as the jailer left, he was brought to a secret room by two jailers. Inside, Princess Chongping, Mu Luiwa, and Hizei of the Northern Court were chatting. Seeing the jailer return, Princess Chongping hurriedly stood up. How was it? Did she agree? At the same time that Princess Chongping came to sue Gu Beiwa, she also came up with a brilliant plan for Hizei of the Northern Court to trick Han Yunqi into breaking out of prison. Last night, she hadn't been able to deal with Han Yunqi. Instead, she'd sprained her own waist and even caught a rash. Princess Chongping wanted nothing more than to see Han Yunqi convicted right now. The jailer hurriedly knelt down. Princess Chongping, Qin Wangfei is too clever. This one is useless. Princess Chongping's hopes were dashed. She angrily kicked him. Useless thing, why aren't you scramming? The Northern Court official gave the jailers a look, and they took the jailer away. Princess Chongping narrowed her eyes, her gaze becoming frightening. She made a kill gesture towards the Northern Court official. You can't. The Northern Court official immediately refused. Your Highness, you absolutely can't. If it was possible, last night we would have. No matter what, she can't die here. The Supreme Court can't bear this responsibility. Moreover, the Empress Dowager hasn't said anything yet. With me here, what are you afraid of? Imperial Grandmother has long wished for her death. Princess Chongping pursed her lips and said coldly, Even so, she can't die here. There's still Qin. The Northern Court official hadn't finished speaking when Mu Luiwei suddenly had an idea. Princess, Northern Court official, I have another plan. What do you think? Chapter 31. It was unknown what Mu Luiwei said in a low voice, but Princess Chongping and the North Court official both revealed happy expressions. The North Court official immediately gave her a thumbs up. Wonderful. Eldest Miss Mu is truly an intelligent person. Good. Luiwei, after this matter is completed, you will be heavily rewarded. Princess Chongping's eyes were filled with sinister laughter as she immediately ordered the North Court official to make preparations. Han Yunqi, this time I will definitely kill you. Han Yunqi anxiously waited for an entire afternoon, but there was still no news from Mu Qingguo. At this time, the sky was already dark. Another day had passed, and tomorrow was the deadline. She almost suspected that Gu Beiwa had already collected the blood sample and was on his way here. However, it wasn't until dinner time that a little medicine boy came over with a specially made medicinal soup to ward off the cold. Han Yunqi drank it and knew that it was made by Gu Beiwa. Her heart warmed. This fellow Gu Beiwa was truly a thoughtful person. Is there a situation with the young general? Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. The little medicine boy shook his head. Qin Wangfei, your father came over today. After he left, Imperial Physician Gu has been guarding the young general the entire time, not leaving even half a step. Hong Kongan? Did he say anything? Han Yunqi didn't treat him as a person. She was a bit nervous. Everyone in the capital knew that Han Kongan was the Empress Dowager's dog. This little one isn't clear. Esteemed Wang Fei, quickly drink it while it's hot. The little medicine boy couldn't stay for too long. As Han Yunqi drank the soup, he said in a low voice, Divine Physician Han didn't make a diagnosis, so General Mu lost his temper. Imperial Physician Gu signed a life and death agreement before General Mu allowed him to stay. Hearing this, Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but her eyes began to sting. Princess Consort, Imperial Physician Gu asked this little one to tell you that he wants you to relax and not worry too much. He wants you to take care of yourself and wait for him to come. In Han Yunqi's mind, Gu Beiyue's gentle and watery eyes unconsciously appeared. Her anxious and fretful heart inexplicably calmed down. Gu Beiyue, will you come tonight? How could Han Yunqi fall asleep that night? It was already the middle of the night, but her eyes were still wide open. She firmly believed that her judgment wasn't wrong. Tonight or tomorrow, in one night or one day, her and Mu Qingwu's fate would be judged. Gu Beiyue was their only hope. They could only hope that nothing would happen to Gu Beiyue. Han Yunqi waited and waited. Finally, when the sky was hazy and bright, there was movement outside the cell. She could hear that the footsteps were very urgent. In the dim light, Han Yunqi was not sure who it was. Although she was very excited, she suppressed it and silently waited. Very soon, the light shined in, and she saw that it really was Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi was filled with joy and immediately jumped down from the stove. Seeing that there were jailers here, she did not dare make a sound. Gu Beiwe had secretly bribed the jailers to have them leave. This was not the time to visit the prisoners, so Gu Beiwe must have spent quite a bit of money. When the jailers left, Gu Beiwe was even more anxious than Han Yunqi. "Quickly, the thing you wanted is here." "The poison has erupted?" Han Yunqi said in a low voice. "Yes, you're right. He has a high fever, and his lips and tongue are purple. I took a blood sample and immediately came over. General Mu finally believes us and is personally guarding him." Gu Beiwe handed the gold needle to Han Yunqi. Although he did not know much about poisons from Mu Qingwu's pulse and complexion, the poison must be highly toxic. Everyone knew that when facing highly toxic poisons, it was a race against time. He had to immediately take the antidote and go back to save him. Otherwise, the hard work of the past few days would be wasted. Han Yunqi did not ask any more questions. She turned around and put the gold needle into the detoxification system for examination. The result scared her so much that she almost fell. "It's 10,000 snake poison. 10,000 snake poison." Gu Beiwe had never heard of it. "It's a mixture of the 10 most poisonous snake venoms in the world. The toxicity of this poison is very deep, but once it erupts, it will definitely kill within 2 hours." As Han Yunqi spoke, she did not bother to explain too much. She immediately took out a few packets of medicine from the detoxification system. Here, this medicine can only temporarily slow down the speed of the poison erupting. Let him take the medicine first, then go and prepare the antidote. You must prepare the antidote within 4 hours and let him take it. Otherwise, Han Yunqi did not bother to say otherwise. She hurriedly told Gu Beiwe the prescription of the antidote and let him go. In fact, if she could get out, she could directly use acupuncture to detoxify the poison. However, she could not get out, so she could only use medicine to neutralize the poison. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Gu Beiwe to find the medicine. One had to know that it would take some time to return from the Supreme Court to the general. It would also take time to brew the medicine. It was really a race against time. If they won, everything would be fine. If they lost, they would lose 2 lives. Gu Beiwe was already anxious. When he heard Han Yunqi's words, he took the medicine and wanted to leave without saying goodbye. But, unexpectedly, Gu Beiwe had only taken a few steps when the North Court official personally led a few jailers to surround him. "Imperial Physician Gu, so you were here in the middle of the night. No wonder this official couldn't find you in this state." Gu Beiwe was burning with anxiety, but he remained calm on the surface. "May I know why the North Court official is looking for this one?" Unexpectedly, the North Court official waved his hand, and a few jailers stepped forward to capture Gu Beiwe. "North Court official, he's a... What is the meaning of this?" Gu Beiwe questioned coldly. "This official suspects that you and Han Yunqi colluded in the misdiagnosis of Mu Qingwu's murder. Right now, you are being detained to await trial," the North Court official said loudly. At this moment, Han Yunqi also heard this from the prison. She was so angry that she kicked the wall. These people couldn't be doing this on purpose, right? North Court official, who gave you this authority? You dare to lock up the Emperor's personal imperial physician? Gu Beiwe was calm, but his eyes were cold. Heeze raised his hands and bowed to the sky. "Empress Dowager!" "Where's the evidence?" North Court official Heeze, "General Mu already believes me. I am going back to treat the young general's poison now. If you dare to lock me up, you will have to bear the consequences." Finally, the usually gentle Gu Beiwe was angry. One had to know that Mu Qingwu and Han Yunqi's lives were in his hands. Hee nonsense. Divine Physician Han has already asked the Medical Academy's board of directors for a diagnosis. You should give up. The North Court official snorted. Let me go. You will cause the young general's death. I want to see the Emperor. North Court official. The Emperor's health has not been good recently. I must be on standby at any time. Think carefully. Gu Beiwe kept struggling. Unfortunately, he was only a physician and didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. How could he resist the burly jailers? Soon, his voice disappeared in the gloomy corridor. Princess Changping had long since urged the North Court official to arrest him. She said that if Imperial Father wanted to punish him, she would bear the consequences alone. The North Court official was also apprehensive of Gu Beiwe's identity, so he didn't dare to make a move. He had just found out that the Emperor's health had been good these past few days, and had also approved Gu Beiwe's request for leave. Thus, he silently arrested him in the middle of the night. Someone come. Report to the princess that the matter has been taken care of without alerting anyone. The North Court official yawned as he spoke, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to withdraw. Soon, everyone had left, and the flames had also retreated. Han Yunqi finally couldn't take it anymore and fiercely kicked the iron bars. She couldn't use words to express her anger and anxiety. She continuously took deep breaths and paced back and forth. There were only 2 hours left. What should she do in 2 hours? When General Mu saw that Gu Beiwe hadn't returned, would he discover something strange? Would he come to look for him? When would he come? Would it be too late to wait for General Mu to send someone to bring the medicine back? Without Gu Beiwe, would the ingredients in the prescription be found in such a short time? What if General Mu thought that Gu Beiwe had tricked him? What would she do then? Calmness was the most basic quality of a physician. Even in the face of death, a physician would remain calm. However, at this very moment, Han Yunqi was extremely irritable. She couldn't afford to wait, nor could she afford to gamble. Time slowly passed. Han Yunqi gripped the iron bars with both hands, her heart beating faster and faster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as a trapped beast. Unexpectedly at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed and landed in front of her. Han Yunqi was stunned at first. Seeing the black-clothed masked man holding a broadsword, she hurriedly retreated. Who are you? Han Yunqi. Someone paid to get you out. Stop talking nonsense and come with me, the black-clothed man said. With a slash of his broadsword, he cut the lock and rushed in. Assassin? Prison break? Her enemies wished that she would never leave the prison. How could they spend money to break her out? Recalling the scene in the prison this morning, Han Yunqi more or less guessed something strange. Presumably, after she was rescued, the next day she would be accused of absconding. Just as she was about to hide, the black-clothed man had already grabbed her shoulder. Han Yunqi wanted to struggle and shout, but suddenly she stopped moving. Opportunity. The opportunity to leave the prison to save people has come, hasn't it? Hero, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm willing to go with you. Han Yunqi pretended to be afraid. As long as you obediently follow me, I promise I won't kill you. The black-clothed assassin was eager for Han Yunqi to be obedient. Han Yunqi nodded again and again. Thus, the black-clothed assassin took her out of the prison cell and went to the main gate. Along the way, Han Yunqi saw many prison guards lying on the ground. There were also several prison guards. It seemed that the black-clothed assassin really killed his way here. When they went out of the main gate, they met several prison guards. The black-clothed assassin's martial arts was strong and incomparably brave. He stabbed them one by one and brought Han Yunqi out of the main gate. A doctor's eyes were the sharpest of all, able to discern even the smallest details. Han Yunqi had her suspicions before, but now she was certain that the black-robed assassin was one of the North Court official's men. He'd purposely lured her out to frame her with the crime of absconding. The black-clothed assassin did not stop after they went out of the main gate. He took Han Yunqi and ran a distance away from the main gate. They stopped in a small alley. "Where are you taking me?" Han Yunqi timidly asked. The black-clothed assassin sneered. "Qin Wangfei, the person who hired me, wants to kill you. However, you must die outside the prison." I'm sorry." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his large knife and chopped towards Han Yunqi's neck. Han Yunqi hastily dodged. The black-clothed assassin disdainfully laughed. "The sky is about to brighten. Qin Wangfei, this little one will send you on your way." However, just as he raised his large knife, who knew that his hand would suddenly cramp, in an instant he lost all his strength and the large knife fell to the ground with a clang. At the same time his other hand and the bones in both his legs suddenly spasmed. Following that, he lost all his strength and his entire body collapsed on the ground. You! The black-clothed assassin powerlessly laid on the ground. He was so shocked that he could not speak.